This is Atomic Shinobi and today I am going to narrate first part of what if Naruto lost his memories and was found by Mito. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Not wasting no time, let's start the story.
Mito Uzumaki inhaled the wonderful air surrounding her in a soothing, deep breath. Her senses were overwhelmed by the scent of the different quantities of flowers, as well as the vibrant lily, lilac, and sweet-smelling lavender flowers. She heard the distant sea waves crashing against the coast, the happy singing of birds flying from tree to tree, and the wind-driven crashing of leaves against one another. She experienced the smooth breeze that blew through her vivid red hair, the blades of grass that sliced through her right hand, and the pleasant warmth of the morning sun as it struck her skin. This was an exception to the rule that she tied it up in buns. In comparison to other Uzumaki, her own hair was short, reaching only her shoulders. This was her private meadow, which only she knew about, and she usually came here to unwind. Almost 2 hours walk from Uzushiogakure, this new village barely survived 4 months, but it was one of the first ninja villages of its kind. She inhaled again. She had discovered this meadow a few weeks after construction started. Even though Mito was more collected and calm than other Uzumakis, she still enjoyed sating her curiosity and reflected on her early years. However, she did get into trouble when she was younger, so maybe she was a little too curious. Her frequent walks in and around the village were made more pleasurable by the presence of the elements, such as rain or snow, which would cover the landscape and give it a different aura. She had initially discovered her private space when a thin layer of snow covered it. She was pleasantly surprised to see a variety of flower species blooming when spring arrived. She now regularly comes here to unwind and relieve stress. As a highly sensitive person, she would take care to ensure that no one followed her, even suppressing her own chakra in the process. Raising herself from her seat, she brushed the grass from her kimono. Her elaborate white outfit included a white kimono with a high collar and an obi tied around her waist, with the Uzumaki crest on the back. As she strolled among the daisies, she made sure to pause occasionally to smell the various plant scents. Since they had abandoned their, she had to admit, dangerous nomadic lifestyle, her life had become rather mild. She told herself that the only thing she missed was the opportunity to travel and see new places, which she much preferred. That life came to an end when the Senju clan, with whom they had always maintained close relations, recommended the formation of Konohagakure in their village. She sighed as she considered Hashirama. She was a little infatuated with the clan chief. She would have assumed that the power he possessed would have given him a haughty personality, but she was proven to be mistaken. Perhaps it had something to do with his personality, which carried an unpredictable quality that she found intriguing. Due to the strong ties between their villages, frequent visits were made, usually in groups. She always traveled to Konoha whenever she could, usually to satiate her curiosity about a new location because she loved learning new things. She did, however, take great pleasure in having a private place to sleep when she returned. Now, she usually visited the village to see the Senju clan leader, who had recently shown some interest in her. She had a pleasant conversation with him about the last group she went out with. She still had a crush on Hashirama, and they were still acquaintances. She discovered that Konohagakure had a gate and high walls that surrounded them, and that it was roughly a third larger than their own. After spending a few days there, they would have to make the long journey home. She had considered staying in Konoha during her multiple visits, but she ultimately chose to explore the village gradually in order to fully experience it. Since the Uzumaki clan was like family to her, she was also hesitant to leave her home. Some things are best to savor after all. At the sudden chakra she felt, which seemed to appear out of nowhere, she furrowed her brow. She ignored a sunflower she had been examining in order to concentrate on finding the chakra signature. What? Her mild annoyance at potentially being followed gave way to perplexity. While her village was in the north, she turned south. She gazed up at the sky and saw a figure descending 50 meters from the ground and a considerable distance from the meadow. It can't possibly, she thought. No way. She heard the distant snapping of tree branches as the figure swiftly approached the forest, and when it struck the ground, there was a muted thud. She felt his chakra signature was there, but it faded into a more muted state. Surely whoever that must be, she thought. She stood in her meadow, a little taken aback by the figure's unexpected arrival. Before her curiosity overcame her, she stood there for a few more seconds. She set a fast pace and walked for several minutes until she reached the point where the person fell, making sure her kimono wouldn't let up. As she got closer to the location, she became wary, ready to defend herself in the event of an ambush. She was instructed by her ninja training to go back and inform the clan of this, but she didn't want anyone to discover the meadow or for this person to potentially perish in the 40-minute sprint to the village and back. She was also regarded as one of the best kunoichi available in Uzu. As she drew closer, she noticed a tiny crater buried in the ground and a large number of broken branches and fallen leaves scattered across the impact site. Because of the depression in the ground, she was unable to see the person at a distance, but they were still there. She moved cautiously, ensuring that she would respond to any movement. A young, blonde man about her age caught her eye. His rough blonde hair hung over his closed eyes, which were encircled by orange eyeshadow, and he had 3 whiskers on each cheek. He had a firm jaw and no baby fat on his face. He was wearing a fishnet shirt, and his orange and black jacket had a zipper that was partially down, exposing the collar. Additionally, he wore orange pants, indicating to her that he liked wearing orange apparel. Handsome. Despite the height from which he had fallen, he was unconscious but in a calm manner. Now that she knew he was truly out of it, she stood over him. Given the size of the crater, which was several feet deep, she concluded that he had fallen even farther than she had witnessed. Which perplexed her because, aside from being unconscious, he appeared unharmed. Over his chest, a black bag was held in one of his hands, probably to keep its contents safe. Some of the leaves were still in their wild hair, and he was covered in dirt. His rising chest and active chakra, which was still hanging weakly, indicated that he was still alive. To see if there was any sign of where he had fallen, she glanced up at the sky. I never met anyone who could fly, she recalled, recalling that she had heard of someone who could, somewhere on Earth. The orange marking around his eyes vanished as she turned back to face the blonde on the ground. Is that jutsu of some kind? Although his condition did not appear to be improving, his chakra became noticeably weaker. She could feel his chakra, which made her think of the chakra that the Uzumaki clan had. She got on her knees and gave him a few gentle prods, but he didn't react. He took a slow, deep breath. She checked him for any broken bones and said, "He's definitely out of it." She knew very little about anything related to medicine. She was shocked to discover, after a few moments, that nothing was broken. She had a lot of questions about this individual. Who is he? From where did he originate? Why does his chakra resemble that of an Uzumaki? What caused him to plummet from the sky? But she couldn't simply abandon him here. He clutched a bag, which she took and put aside. In order to get ready, she swiftly tied her hair in buns and shifted the obi around her waist, allowing it to hang to the side. She awkwardly carried him on her back after getting to her feet and slinging his strapped bag in front of her. His feet dragged a little on the floor, indicating that he was taller than her. In order to prevent his feet from touching the floor, she shifted his weight and slouched forward. She moaned that she would have to carry him for 40 minutes in an uncomfortable position. He owes me cinnamon buns later. She started running to get him to Uzushiogakure, making sure nothing was left behind. Shin Uzumaki, the clan leader, was facing Mito Uzumaki. He was 56 years old and 5 feet 10 inches tall, but he was still regarded as one of the strongest members of the clan due to the Uzumaki's life force. He is one of the best at Fuinjutsu and very knowledgeable about it. He had a thick white square goatee, a mustache that drooped slightly, and long white hair that reached halfway down his back. He was dressed as Uzumaki usually was when he went to fight. They wore a long, sleeved, high-collared black outfit with a red Uzumaki swirl on the shoulders, black pants, and gray armor that covered their thighs. A black sash held the armor in place. Flowers, stands, and the enormous Uzumaki crest that hung behind him were among the many decorations that adorned the spacious room. It was clearly a new building from the newly constructed village. Shin was seated in a plain chair behind a big desk with a stack of papers. Given the presence of multiple sizable clans, Mito pondered how things were different at Konoha. Uzushiogakure was composed of a number of smaller ninja clans in addition to the Uzumaki, which was the only major clan. She questioned whether the clan leaders in Konoha met together to discuss issues pertaining to their village because it was evident what leadership was in place here. Whatever it was clear that, in contrast to the issue she had brought to her grandfather, such meetings would require time. He said loudly, "Fell from the sky, you say?" The majority of Uzumakis shared this trait. She agreed with his statement, nodding when he said, "I see. That is quite peculiar indeed. We'll wait on his medical report before we decide anything more on the matter." She had returned the blonde with the spiky hair to her village, directly to the big building where the clan leader lived. She had just finished describing how she had discovered him when he was taken right away to the infirmary to be evaluated for his current condition. She went to the desk and handed him the little black bag she had discovered with the blonde, and he roughly emptied its contents out. "For now, we'll see the contents that's within the bag," she said. The manner made her cringe a little. What if something was brittle? Shin hurriedly arranged the few things that had spilled out. A few scrolls, ink, a calligraphy pen, a tool pouch, a shuriken holster, some rice balls, and a red cloak with black flames patterned at the bottom were among the items she swiftly examined. That's how I'll get my cinnamon buns, she said, holding back her laughter at the last two items she saw. A fat green frog wallet with some Rio spilling out of it, and a black and white nightcap that resembled a dog. Less subtly, her grandfather looked at the nightcap and let out a loud laugh. She didn't believe that this individual was dangerous or would hurt her clan in any way. After all, it was just one person. Mito remarked, so he must be a shinobi, as he emptied the tool pouch, which held some wire and some odd-looking kunai. Shin nodded. She observed her grandfather picking up the triple-bladed kunai, which had a faint yellow handle. On the grip, she noticed an odd formula. She inquired, "What is it?" He examined the kunai for a few long moments before the older man responded. "It seems like a formula similar to summoning, so a space-time formula." He nodded when she asked, "Really? So he's a fuinjutsu user then?" The writing materials had suggested that, but they didn't really prove it. She was relieved to learn something new about the enigmatic blonde. "Yes. This formula is no simple task, no doubt it needs a trigger to activate, most likely from our guest. Whoever he is quite adept in fuinjutsu," he complimented him. Mito, who rarely gives praise to others, had been taken aback by this. He went on to examine the remaining items. Aside from one scroll, several of them were blank. He examined the scroll and used some chakra to say, It seems that this one holds many of the same item. Earlier, the same tri-pronged kunai emerged from the scroll. How many of them? Around 300, Mito remarked. Wow. That's quite the number. By now, one of the medical ninja had come in. He was unremarkable and unremarkable. He wore a white doctor's uniform and had an antiseptic odor. He arrived to walk next to her, probably to give her an update on the unidentified man. Shin. He bowed deferentially. "I came to report on our guest," the clan leader said, allowing him to continue. Knowing that they had not yet received any of the equipment to check for brain damage, Shin nodded in understanding. "Anyway, he's completely fine, no injuries whatsoever, other than the case of major chakra exhaustion. But nothing can be told of his mental status as of currently." Shin inquired. Nothing was found on him, causing the medical nin to shake his head. The doctor turned on his heel and left, the door closing behind him. "You can go." Mito turned back to her grandfather, who had a thoughtful expression on his face. She started to say something, but he cut her off. "You said his chakra is reminiscent of Uzumaki, correct?" "It is. Well, I don't think that he had any plot against us. Other than the kunai he possessed, he had nothing that would pose a danger to us," he responded. Contemplatively, he closes his eyes. She didn't answer for a second. "I understand how you are, Mito. You're interested in him. So, my granddaughter, I want you to watch over our guest until he awakes." She questioned, "Is that a mission?" "Yes. But since he's not a POW, think of it as community service," he said. Unlike other larger clans like the Senju, Uchiha, or Hyuga, the Uzumakis were typically upbeat and a boisterous group. Even though Shin was a little concerned, he was sure Mito could put him down if he proved to be hostile. Which, in his opinion, would never happen. Shin saw her nod a bit too quickly for her typical demeanor, and he laughed a little as she shut the door. "We'll want him to be relaxed as possible when he awakens, so I think your apartment should be okay. We don't want him to feel intimidated or escape should he stay in a hospital or a prison." Mito gazed at the blonde man with interest. He was a puzzle that she was keen to solve. Her life was full of surprises. Although she was calmer than other Uzumaki, her curiosity had taken over. She enjoyed surprises and extravagant, unexpected things. Despite being rare, her clan was predictable in that they were cautious but generally upbeat about everything. She was a little uncomfortable because she couldn't quite place what was missing. Maybe she needed something exciting to change things in her life. Something unfamiliar that she could solve to quell her curiosity. In a way, this wild teen with blonde hair was able to satisfy it. He was an anomaly, a complex puzzle in her mind. She pondered whether he remained that way or whether he would awaken and solve the puzzle for her. Both the formula on his kunai and his unexpected appearance over the sky were intriguing. It would bore her a little after she figured out the fundamentals, but she couldn't deny that she was incredibly curious about things she didn't understand. She would sometimes watch this attractive blonde sleep in her home's guest room throughout the course of yesterday and today. There were IVs and other medical devices in the room to keep an eye on his health. She was aware that she was being used as a kunoichi, and that if he were to be unfriendly, her extraordinary fuinjutsu would hopefully be sufficient to hold him in check. She was the only occupant of the two-bedroom apartment where she lived. He slept in a bedroom that was mostly empty and furnished with neutral pieces. For example, flowers from her own meadow, an Uzumaki flag, and multiple storage drawers. He slept on a simple beige bed with blankets and pillows that matched. She sat on the left side of the bed, where his jacket was lying on a desk with his equipment that he had brought. Behind her, the door was opened. She expected him to wake up after the first day, but he didn't. Her interest in this strange figure only grew. His chakra just kept getting stronger, and it did so consistently for the rest of the following day. Not only that, but his chakra appeared to be on par with Hashirama Senju's calm state, who was already regarded as one of the strongest shinobi in history. Her fascination grew even though she had never spoken to the unnamed blonde. She pondered once more whether the mystery would be resolved just as he woke up. She would be very disappointed if it did. Nevertheless, she had inherited her clan's optimism, believing that he wouldn't be a letdown in a clever puzzle. She enjoyed solving puzzles, so maybe he was what she had needed. Something intriguing, mysteries that kept her alert. His chakra was one thing. It feels fantastic, very friendly and inviting. She had never felt a chakra before, so joyful, so lively, so full of life. A faint wave of heat appeared on her cheeks, which was unusual for her. Although it had a pleasant vibe, Hashirama was the closest thing she could compare. The blonde was a bonfire that glowed with warmth, while his was a torch in the night. It seemed as though his chakra was pure, untarnished by hate and bad feelings. She questioned how that could have happened. It was the second day now, and she was only half excited. She wanted to start working on her puzzle and was growing impatient for him to wake up. His chakra and its warmth grew, much to her delight and surprise. Mito's hands felt the blanket's fabric. Her head lay on the plushness of a bed. She slept in such an uncomfortable position that her neck and back ached in protest. She was so sleepy that it took her some time to figure out where she had slept. After leaning on the bed, she moaned as she got up and realized she had spent the night in the guest room. Outside her apartment, she could hear some of the kids running and laughing. Through the room's blinds, the sun shone. From the clock hanging to the right, she could hear its steady ticking. She noticed that she had only been in this room for an hour. She turned back to the bed and saw the ruffled blonde sleeping soundly. "I actually slept in here," she said. The sun would start to set in about an hour, so it was late in the day. She got up and left the chair, leaving the room. Since she lived alone, her apartment was rather large, though not particularly large. She entered the hallway, where her room was right across from the visitor room. She and a potential visitor shared a small bedroom in her apartment. Before continuing her day, she went down a short hallway and used the restroom on the right to freshen up. She stood in front of the mirror to assess herself. Her white kimono had gone missing, and a few loose strands of hair had fallen out of her buns. She swiftly untied her hair and collected the stray strands of her crimson hair to secure it. Feeling content, she hurriedly adjusted her kimono to a more comfortable position and left the restroom. Her reactions to the blonde caused her some embarrassment. She was undoubtedly concerned about his health, but to spend the night by his bedside like a worried lover? At that, she shook her head and went on down the short hallway. The exit to leave the house was right at the end of the hall. The living room was to her left, and the kitchen was to her right. Although it was her home, she didn't really think of it as such. Despite having a variety of decorations, she didn't feel that her apartment was homey. Just a private place for her to eat and sleep. But when her sister was here, it did feel more like home. After entering her kitchen, she went to one of the 3 cabinets and took out a cup. The fact that she was eager for him to wake up made her feel a little childish. She poured water into her cup and enjoyed the cool liquid as it ran down her throat. With a sigh, she placed the glass in the sink. As she made her way to her room, she thought back on her mother. Her words echoed in her head as she thought back to a childhood memory. "My dear daughter." A mother leaned down as little Mito ran after her and collided with her, embracing her in a desperate embrace. She felt her mother's arms slide around in a nearly identical embrace. "Mommy." She clung to her, letting a few tears fall. She begged, "I don't want you to go." She was getting ready to go on a mission while wearing her battle gear. Mito had heard that more people were dying and that the clan battles had started to get more violent. Mito, who was 7 years old, was afraid she might not see her mother again. She experienced the soothing sensation of her mother's hand running through her hair. As her mother began to hum for her, Mito kept sobbing. "It's okay, dear," she said. Her tears began to dry up slowly, but the sadness persisted. She gazed up into her mother's warm red-haired eyes. She whispered, "Listen. I want to tell you something." Mito listened carefully to what she had to say next and nodded in agreement. She gave her a tender smile and said, "Love is powerful. It will always beat negative emotions. It can save you from the dark." Mito nodded excitedly and gave her a shy smile. "That's why I'll always be with you, because you're a part of it. Did you know?" When she felt her mother's grip loosen, she stood up a little and kissed her forehead. She grinned at her and said, "Please look after your little sister for me, okay? Until I get back?" Mito hummed a song her mother used to play before putting her to bed as she moved slowly down the hall, paying close attention to each step. Before she left, she remembered what her mother had said. Love. One of the final words her mother had taught her was, "Love will always triumph over hate and keep you safe from the dark." Then, she was devastated to learn that her mother had fallen, but she was reassured that she would return. She nevertheless continued to follow her mother's instructions. She loved her sister dearly, and it was a long time before she understood the nature of her mother's love. A family's love. Not just from her sister. Her mother relied on her two daughters and her own family for support. Her mother had assured her that her father was a wonderful man, but she was unable to recall him because he had passed away when she was a little child. As she spoke of him, she hazily recalled the love in her voice and the sadness that accompanied it. As she opened her room door, Mito pondered when she would become a mother. The warm chakra emanating from behind her changed slightly. Unwilling to let her curiosity be sated, she shut the door and proceeded straight to the guest room. She believed that this time there would be no change, even though his chakra had changed multiple times previously. Because this one was less noticeable than the one that occurred earlier today. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of unfathomably blue eyes. Fearful? His eyes widened. "You're really beautiful, you know," he said in a raspy voice. For a moment, she gazed at him and thought, "So bold?" Mito realized he would need something to drink when he began to cough violently and clutched his throat. She hurried out of the room, saying, "I'll be back soon." The prospect of having some of her questions addressed excited her. She snatched another glass out of the cabinet and poured water into it. She noticed a strange feeling on her cheeks. Am I blushing once more? As she completed filling the cup, she became aware that she was bouncing slightly. In order to get back to the room where the enigmatic blonde was sitting, she slowed her pace this time. Not because she wasn't referred to as beautiful by other men, quite a few had, but she never once reacted or responded in that manner. Maybe he wasn't trying to flirt or be polite, it was just the way he said it. His eyes and voice conveyed no deception, and he had spoken with conviction. Contained a feeling that unnerved her. He genuinely believed what he was saying, and it was innocent. She walked into the space. She noticed him breathing heavily on the bed and staring down. He glanced up, and after a brief moment of eye contact, he grasped the water cup she was holding. "Here," she said to him as she approached him and gave him the glass. He accepted with great anticipation and nodded in gratitude, ignoring his manners and pouring the water all the way down his lips. He gulped loudly and let water drip down his neck and chin because he couldn't drink it fast enough. He drained the remaining water quickly, and she watched him with interest. "Woo-ah," he exclaimed as he dabbed at the perspiration on his chin. The words, "God, that was amazing," came out of his mouth. With a faint smile on her face, Mito appeared somewhat amused by his behavior. She noticed widespread bewilderment in his cerulean as he gazed at her. He scratched at his neck and said, "So, where the hell am I?" Calmly the red-haired one told him. In Uzushiogakure, it only made him more perplexed and didn't seem to decrease his curiosity. "Yeah. That didn't help at all. No idea where that is." In fact, he responded, he was either unconcerned or did a good job of hiding it from her, as Mito could hear no hint of concern in his voice. She caused his eyes to become confused. She believed she might begin simply. Her voice was quiet as she asked, "What's your name?" attempting to sound as reassuring as you can. He stared at her for a while. She tried not to look him in the eye, but his ocean blue eyes seemed to have a piercing quality. "Damn," he said, sounding defeated, "I don't even know that either." He knitted his brows as if in agony. Mito felt compelled to assist him and ease his confusion. He sounded as though he truly believed what he was saying, and she could tell. She questioned, "Do you not remember anything at all?" She was now undoubtedly interested in the odd and, she had to admit, attractive character. He laughed and said, "Well, the last thing is falling from the sky, although how I got there, I got no clue." Mito was astonished by his level of relaxation, as if it didn't even faze him. "That's okay," was her cheerful response, which was out of character for her because she usually responded in a more composed manner. She was relieved that the mystery would continue because her curiosity had overcome her. That instead of being solved, the puzzle had gotten bigger. She grinned and said, "My name is Mito Uzumaki," which he had answered with one of his own, causing her heart to flutter momentarily, though she was unaware of it. "Hi," he exclaimed joyfully. She could hear his stomach rumbling loudly, and he scratched his neck in embarrassment. "Hey, I don't suppose that you have anything to eat?" he inquired. Mito considered his options. She wasn't entirely sure if it would work, but she thought, "I guess I can cook something up, and try to get something out of him." If he could identify anyone or anything, he might say, or we could go to a restaurant. She had never experienced such a special chakra before, and he had undoubtedly never been here. Something like that was something she would always remember. She suggested, we can go eat somewhere of your choosing. He pushed the blankets away from him and said, man, I'm starving. He tried to stand right away but fell to the ground. As he tried to stand, he asked, are you all right? She couldn't decide whether or not to assist him. Whether he would feel appreciative of such a thing or whether he would consider it a slight to his self-esteem. Yeah, he said, stumbling to his feet. She was 5.7 inches tall, while he was at least 2 inches taller. His tight fishnet shirt was, to put it mildly, a little distracting, but Mito remembered that he had a jacket. She grabbed the jacket from under the bag and moved to the desk next to the bed. She handed him the orange and black jacket after saying, these were found on you. She hadn't touched it since some shinobi and doctors had brought him here. As he put on the jacket, he said, thanks, should I take the bag? He asked, gesturing to the object in question. She pondered for a moment. What would happen now that he was conscious? She answered, I think you can leave it for now. Later on, they would have to go see her grandfather. By then, they would have figured it out. As he swiftly nodded and partially zipped up the jacket, he made sure it fit properly. He turned slightly to look at his back, and she gave him a startled look. That is the crest of Uzumaki. He might be a Senju. Or from Konoha. Although the Senju wore the crest as a sign of their friendship, there were discussions about adding it to Konoha's Junin uniforms. It was strange. It appeared to be a typical jacket, and she was unaware that the crest was in style. Although the Uzumaki were well known for their fuinjutsu, they weren't so well known that they could be worn with regular clothes, aside from the possibility that the crest would have special meaning for him. Does he have Uzumaki ancestry? She wanted to ask him a lot of things, but she held back before unleashing them and possibly frightening him away. Mito heard the faint stammer, but chose to ignore it for his own benefit. I think I am ready now. He went to put on the sandals after she nodded and pointed to them beneath the table. He followed her as she left the room, saying, now I think you're ready. He said bitterly, do I really like orange this much? Peeking over her shoulder, she saw him examining his preferred outfit. I don't think. He briefly appeared to be stunned out of his reverie. No wait. I think orange is an awesome color. She found his abrupt shift in viewpoint amusing. He was about to offend his color sense, and she could tell. She was somewhat intrigued by the confirmation of another fact, though, he preferred the color orange. It was a tiny piece that would make him up, but it was really inconsequential. She questioned, is there reason why? When they arrived at the apartment's exit, she grabbed her own sandals from the mat and went to put them on. I wish I knew, but I like the way it looks on me, he replied. He was examining the different decorations scattered throughout her apartment when Mito briefly glanced up at him. As she finished putting on her sandals, she briefly noticed a hint of fear in his eyes before it vanished and he turned to face her. He said, you have really pretty hair, you know. He had said it so casually, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, while looking directly into her eyes. She experienced another flush as she realized how completely unprepared she was for such an unexpected and abrupt compliment. In an attempt to hide her blush, she said, no one really compliments on my hair. In response, he merely shrugged his shoulders. He simply waved away her remark. Well, I don't see why. It's only the truth, he said rather casually, but she could almost sense the sincerity in his tone. I see. She turned away from him in order to conceal herself from him by opening the door. Thank you. I suppose, she said as she opened it for him. She managed to control her blush by the time she locked the door and went outside to join him. She chastised herself in private for being so agitated by the remark. Purple clashed across the sky as the sun was about to set and the sky was getting darker. She breathed in the cool air and led the way down a hallway with a rail on the left that showed other villagers on the streets below, and doors on the right that led to other apartments. As she descended some stairs, the blonde silently trailed behind. When they arrived at the open street, Mito noticed a couple or two going out for the evening. When she realized that the blonde was standing next to her, it appeared as though they were going on a date. She couldn't just turn around at this point, so she continued on her with the blue-eyed man at her side. I don't even know his name. Nor does he. When she was in her apartment, she saw that he appeared a little nervous because his posture was a little more rigid than usual. Before being sidetracked by his compliment, she remembered earlier. She surmised that he had concealed those feelings by diverting his attention. I guess he does feel a little scared. Somehow, with her as a victim. She was not in the least bit offended. He didn't even know himself, and he was in a strange place. She tried to talk to him because she felt a little sorry for him. So, was her attempt to get his attention, and he looked at her right away. She noticed a slight sense of relief in his eyes, as if he had started to feel overwhelmed. "Since we don't exactly know where you had come from, how about you get to know me?" she offered. With him, where was she meant to begin? Pose the same queries to him and hope that something will emerge. She reasoned that she might as well help him divert his attention and make him feel more at ease around her. "Okay." He gave a nod of approval. He asked, "So how did you find me? I remember seeing nothing like a village around before I hit the ground. At least I think I do. I was at a personal spot when I sensed you in the sky." She studied him for a moment before responding, "Really? What's the spot?" "It's a beautiful meadow, with all various species of flowers," she replied. Before she could ramble on, she grabbed herself. "You can hear the waves crashing against the shore as you look at all the color in the field." He said, "Wow. Wait, you saw it Zenst? How did you do that?" he asked inquisitively. As they approached the restaurant area, Mito turned right on the street. She answered, "I'm a sensory-type shinobi, that's what I can do." He said, "Cool. Am I a ninja too?" A small child ran in front of him, and he dodged it. In response, she said, "I think so. I recalled seeing the equipment in his bag." She heard him say, "Awesome," in a whisper. Mito noticed a number of other couples in the crowd, all of them moving in the direction she was undoubtedly going. "I can only hope that no one recognizes me." She had never had a boyfriend before, and taking care of her sister and being a shinobi in her clan had always come first. However, since the establishment of ninja villages, the fighting had significantly decreased and her sister was now old enough to live independently. She was known to be somewhat of a prude, so if one of her friends saw her with a good-looking young man, it would catch on like wildfire. She needed to find a man, according to her own younger sister, who had started to comment on that. At that, Mito shook her head. There were already rumors that she had started to show interest in the renowned Senju clan leader. Much to her sister's delight. She nodded and said, "Can I ask you something?" He questioned, "Why are you helping me?" As they turned left on a street, she gave him a look. She answered, "You looked like you needed help." He didn't appear persuaded. He waved her away, saying, "Nah, I don't think that's it." He didn't immediately respond, saying, "I brought you here because I thought you might have been hurt." She was relieved when he stopped asking her questions. "I don't think that's all of it." She almost let out a frustrated sigh, but she restrained herself. She was caught and could only nod in agreement. "I mean, you could have just dropped me off at the hospital, right?" she asked. "I was ordered to," was not her favorite response. Even so, she made an effort to sound as credible as she could. She regretted attempting to make him feel more at ease by getting to know her, and she hoped it was the last question he asked. He was also wearing this adorable smug smile. "Nah, that's not it either," he said with a smile. For someone like her, she responded rather loudly. What? She was becoming angry with him. Why doesn't he follow the cue? She most certainly wanted to discuss the reason. Before she screamed like that, she took control of her emotions. She glanced around and saw that no one had heard the composed Mito give a small, angry yell. She said sourly, "Why do you keep pestering about it?" He said, I don't know really, I guess that's the way I am," without altering his demeanor in response to her yelling at him. There was still a broad smile on his face. "I mean, you were so friendly when you didn't have to be," he continued. As they walked on, she let out a sigh and became her usual self. She inquired inquisitively, "How would you know something like that? What if I was feigning?" As he thought, he scratched his chin. He merely replied, "I guess. I just sorta know." His response of, "It's all in your eyes," somewhat stunned her. She didn't believe he could tell by simply observing someone's eyes. She had been curious about him. This enigmatic individual she had only just started speaking with an hour ago. Although she didn't want to reveal too much about herself to him, she was curious about him. Other than her sister, she never really opened up to anyone else. He could tell them apart just by looking into her eyes, so she couldn't just lie to him. It simply wasn't appropriate, and she couldn't bear not looking into someone's eyes while they were speaking. She confessed, "I was curious about you." She was a little embarrassed by that. She could almost picture him calling her out on another lie and laughing at him for such a flimsy reason. "Yeah. I guess it's not every day that you see someone randomly fall out of the sky, huh?" He laughed. As they kept moving forward, she gave him a wonderful look. "You're really weird," they said as they rounded another corner. He patted his stomach and said, "Hey, are we close? Starving here." She answered, "One more turn." As she turned to face him, she felt a hand on her shoulder and forced herself not to glare. "Wait," she said. He appeared to be unaware of or unconcerned with social etiquette. Fortunately, the hand fell off as he indicated a direction behind her, but she chose to ignore it because he was experiencing amnesia. "Yes. There's a ramen stand. What about ramen? He asked as she looked in the direction he indicated. No, he indicated a specific ramen stand with the name. Whirling Ramen. She turned to face him and noticed a tiny bit of drool at the corner of his mouth. It's just that. I think that ramen would be amazing right now, she said. He quickly regained his composure and turned to face her. Can we? He inquired. She frantically tried to come up with enticing dishes to keep them from going there, asking, does ramen sound better than fresh red bean soup, sizzling grilled chicken, seasoned fried rice, and grilled salmon with miso paste and a whisked egg? As she finished, he gazed off into space. That, she believed, had done it. He said, nope. Ramen does sound better. Come on, let's eat, he said as he drove across the street without saying anything. He certainly gave the impression of being uninformed about social graces. As she walked to Whirling Ramen, she sighed, he's really stubborn. He had already entered the stand. It was small, with a few chairs that the unidentified blonde sat on and flaps separating the outside. Though it was a little too low class, in comparison to her usual fare, she didn't despise ramen. It wasn't that she didn't like the place. In fact, she went there frequently to see someone. She didn't want to be seen with him, to be mistaken that she had a boyfriend. She went inside and took a seat next to the man in the orange outfit. Mito. A slender middle-aged man named Kenji emerged from behind. He had short brown hair, a white apron, and a small scar down his left cheek. Despite this, he appeared more hospitable than menacing. The little ramen stand belonged to him. Good evening, Kenji, was her polite response. She watched him glance at her multiple times, back and forth between the blondes. Fortunately, he didn't try to comment on this and carried on with his business. He said, what can I get you too? She sighed quietly in relief, grateful to him, knowing that she would already receive enough torture from the next person who would unavoidably arrive. Miso pork ramen, was the blonde's response after carefully examining the menu in the rear for a few extended moments. Please do the same here, Mito added. Kenji seemed compelled to make a small jab. One bowl or separate? She asked him as she forced herself not to blush. Separate, I suppose, he said as he moved to the rear. She waited impatiently for the next person to arrive for about a minute. She wanted to learn more about him and loved that he had amnesia, so she ignored the cerulean's curious looks. Since his proficiency in Fuinjutsu was sufficient to impress her grandfather, she was curious about his level of skill. She was curious as to his name and how he appeared out of thin air. A teenager with red hair soon emerged from the rear. To keep her long red hair out of the soup, she wore it in a bun. She was fair, skinned like her, had black, pupilless eyes, and wore a green short-sleeved shirt with a white apron. She had a more round face, was slender, and was a few inches shorter than her. As soon as the teenager saw her, her face lit up. Mito, he exclaimed, hurrying to set the soup down. She had to finish the hug, so as soon as she did, she leaned over the counter to try to plant one. Hello Emmy, she inquired, so where were you? She looked at the blonde next to her, who was still waiting for his ramen that hadn't been placed down in front of him, as she pulled away from the embrace. Seeing the blonde next to her, she asked, dates, right? To which Mito replied, he's an acquaintance. He stared hungrily at the unreachable ramen without paying any attention. She walked over to the blonde and said, it starts off that way, next thing you know you're married. Who had only become aware when she passed him. She extended her hand and said, I'm Emmy, Mito's sister. He then finished shaking hands. What's up? I don't know my name though, weird, she said, glancing at Mito, who then told the ramen about it. She handed down the ramen and walked to the back, saying, I guess I'll talk to you later. Yeah, the spiky blonde said, snapping his chopsticks. Finally, he waited for her to grab hers, which surprised me. Apparently, he isn't completely unaware of it after all. She was getting ready. Itadakimasu, he exclaimed. As he devoured his ramen like a dog going hungry, she watched in silence, her admiration forgotten. He hadn't really eaten anything filling lately, she told herself. Ignoring him, she went back to eating her ramen in silence. She considered his positive attitude and outgoing energy, as if his glowing chakra were any sign. She needed to be by his side in order to sense his chakra. The way she had praised her red hair made her incredibly curious about him. Which, in spite of all the constant praise she received from other men, made her feel attractive. She had the impression that she could genuinely believe in him. Although he was energetic, she felt as though her perspective had improved. She actually blushed multiple times today because of him. She looked at him and thought that he was a little like Hashirama at the moment. He was upbeat, but he had a few perspectives that she wasn't sure Naruto would agree with. She was interested in learning more about him. She questioned, "Is something the matter?" Observing him eat less quickly, he took another glance down at his soup. "Huh," he said, turning to face her. He answered, "My name is Naruto. A condiment for ramen?" She recalled that she was much too worried about it appearing to be a date and had come out to see if he could recall anything. She grinned and said, "Hello Naruto," which he could easily beat with one of his dazzling smiles, and she found that it made her heart skip a beat. She came to the realization that she wouldn't have objected if it appeared to be a date. Mito asked, "How could you have eaten so much?" as she gave Kenji an unappealing quantity of ryo. With a broad smile, he placed the ryo in the register. A stack of bowls with a slightly wobbly top that threatened to topple over caught Naruto's attention. Satisfied with the quantity of ramen he had consumed, he rubbed his stomach. He glanced at the red-haired woman, who was staring at the bowls with a hint of disbelief. He could picture the noodle's texture on his tongue and the dish's succulent flavor, in addition to every unique flavor that the miso pork ramen offered his palate. After he finished the noodles and other ingredients, he would just drink the broth, which he considered to be almost perfect. "It was amazing," he said, nodding to himself in agreement. That much was clear. But something was lacking, something he was unable to identify. "And embarrassing, sorry, I guess I forgot my money. If I have any," was his response. He didn't want to keep Mito any longer than necessary, but he could go for more. She had long since finished her bowl of ramen and had gazed in amazement at how quickly he had consumed his portion, among other things. The fact that he had no way to pay for the noodles had completely slipped his mind due to his distraction. Fortunately for him, Mito had consented to cover his dinner. Although he was a little disappointed that he had forgotten about it, he told himself that he would somehow make it up to her. She said, "It's all right." To his ears, she straightened her white kimono and got up from her chair. He got to his feet and trailed her out of the tiny ramen shop. "Come again." Kenji called out to him from inside the eatery. Satisfied with the quantity of ramen he had consumed, he spoke in an optimistic tone. He considered what was missing once more. It could have been perfected with the addition of something. Shortly after, he heard her sister exclaim, "Mito, I'll see you after, Emmy, was it?" Thinking of her name, she responded with her own farewells as they strolled together. Following Mito, he soon realized they were heading in a different direction. As he gazed up at the sky, it appeared that night had replaced the last of the sun's rays. To ward off the darkness, a few streetlights had been switched on. The streets were mostly deserted, but every now and then a couple would emerge from another street to take a private stroll. He glanced back up to see the crescent moon and a stunning number of bright stars in the sky. He felt his hair flicker peacefully as a cool, pleasant breeze passed by. Naruto experienced a sudden sense of calm, as if he were lounging somewhere and enjoying the sensation of the scorching sun on his skin, and that tomorrow would not matter. He enjoyed the sensation and ignored the reason for his intense tenderness. "Hey," he called out at random. He looked at the woman next to him, and it felt natural. He recoiled a little when he noticed who was standing next to him. She turned to face him and met his eyes. The aura in her eyes was unmistakable to him. Yes, he was expecting someone else, which was strange. Only the woman with the red hair was by his side. Fortunately, she didn't see him flinch, but the sensation he had before vanished. Confusion swept over him, but he concealed his disappointment. He inquired, "Where are we going?" He had no clue what it was, and a question he had wanted to ask simply vanished. Since they were clearly not returning to her place, he made the decision to ask an earlier question. He had no idea what was going on in front of him and was totally lost. He had nowhere to stay because night had fallen. "We're going to see my grandfather." "Oh, for what?" She answered, "Find a place for you to sleep in." "Oh, cool." He definitely felt out of place here. Just over an hour had passed since he had woken up, and in the house of a stunning stranger, no less. He glanced at the woman next to him, who exuded pride. Some of her gorgeous, silky red hair swept aside to hug her jawline and cheeks, while the rest was tied in buns. Even though her lips were pursed, he could see that they were pink and very supple. In contrast to his, she had porcelain skin, and her forehead bore a diamond, like purple mark, between her tied-up buns. She wore a tiny golden crown of some kind. She wore a red dress of some kind underneath her white kimono, which flowed softly above the floor. She was dressed so elegantly that he questioned whether he had ever seen anyone like her. Even though she exuded royalty, she had a childlike curiosity in her eyes. Additionally, he simply sensed their tenderness and warmth. "Don't worry, I'll come see you," she assured. He said, "Thanks, so how long was I out?" 2 days, was her response. She was holding back, but he could tell she was eager to ask some questions. The reason was clear. "I have no idea who I am. What is my last name?" He gave his chin a contemplative tap. He could only think of one last name. As he kept tapping his chin, he asked, "So how does a Naruto Uzumaki sound?" The only similarity, though, was that he had heard the surname. He gave the redhead a questioning glance. Yes, it had a pleasant ring. For a moment, he thought he saw a slight flush come on, and then it was gone. "It sounds perfect actually," he said, catching the slight stutter. With an almost nervous tone, she added, "I really like your hair. It's like gold." He observed that there were many people with red hair in this area. Sometimes, when they were out looking for food, he came across the person with the brown or raven hair. Thanks, was his smiling response. He ran a hand through his unkempt hair. He became aware that he had not yet examined himself in a mirror. She went on, "It might be a possibility that you actually could be an Uzumaki." "Really? How's that?" "Your chakra is comparable to ours," she clarified. "No means of really confirming that you are though." Well, we'll figure it out eventually, you know," he responded. They were enveloped in a serene quiet. Mito nodded, and he chose to look at her again after noticing a change in her expression. Her lips were a little unnatural in comparison to before, and her eyes were focused. With nothing to concentrate on, and with their friendly silence and the absence of conversation, he tried to mimic the look on her face. He noticed after a moment or so that she was biting the inside of her right cheek, which caused her lips to move a little. Once the small mystery was resolved, he didn't think about anything specific. This amnesia thing is boring. He tried to think about, but his thoughts were disjointed. When he was unable to remember anything, there was little to think about. He might as well share it with Mito later because it only led to more unanswerable questions. Gathering his thoughts, he concentrated on the meal they had together and found himself drooling a little at the memory of it. Wiping the drool that was beginning to form at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Oh yeah, thanks for paying for the ramen. It's of no concern, I was the one who had forgotten you had money." He assumed that the money was in the bag he had left at her apartment. "So I do have some money, huh? I promise I'll pay you back." To his slight surprise, she said, "You don't need to." "Really? But I want to," he asked, but she remained silent. He turned to see her looking thoughtful. After a moment, a smile emerged, full of anticipation. "Well, if you insist." "I do," she answered, "then I guess I can think of something." He could tell by her expression that she was waiting for him to do so. He wondered what it could be about. "Looking forward to it," was his candid response. She was so determined to help him with his memories that he wanted to be around her. The woman with the red hair did exude a friendly aura. He watched her to find out what was causing her to slow down. Glancing in front of her, she continued, "Here we are." He followed her eyes and saw that there was a big building on an incline with stairs leading to the top. Compared to the other buildings around it, it did appear impressive, even though it wasn't particularly grand. "This is strange," he thought, but before he could catch it, he lost his train of thought about what he was comparing the building to. "This is the Uzumaki mansion. This is where the clan leader resides in and the village's leader." The redhead shook her head when he asked, "So are there two people?" She led again, and Naruto followed, saying, "They are the one and the same." "Oh." As they ascended the stairs, he took a closer look around the building. Although the third floor appeared to be narrower, the building was 3 stories high. The clan leader lived on that floor, he surmised. Before the doors leading inside, an open roof was supported by 4 large, ornate wooden pillars. There was a big crest of a red swirl just above the doors. There was grass next to the stairs, and a few flowers were sprouting from the ground. When Naruto saw the woman walking just ahead of him, he was pulled out of his detailing. The obi that was tied around her waist only served to highlight her bottom, and he would be blind if he didn't notice her swaying hips. In order to keep up with her, he cleared his throat and accelerated. He willed the heat off his cheeks in a flash. "So, your grandfather is here, right?" He arrived at the door first and opened it for her, saying, "Yes, he is the clan leader." "Thank you." He nodded and trailed behind her into the house. His eyes trailed over before he glanced directly ahead when he realized she was in front. "Damn it. I'm not a pervert," he said, feeling a little uncomfortable as he hurried to walk next to her again. To divert his attention, he concentrated on the building's surroundings. They went through a narrow hallway and into a spacious room. In the center of the room were 2 stairs that led to the 3rd floor, and there were hallways all around that led to various rooms on each floor. The room itself had a beige paint job with some brownish accents added. He could hear a few people conversing close by, their voices muffled by barriers and distance. After giving the building's purpose some thought, he concluded that their goal was to take care of the village. "So how long has the village been here?" he inquired, observing the absence of worn items and the comparatively new furniture. Since there were no hallways, the 3rd floor, where they arrived at the top, was comparatively smaller than the other floors. On the other side of the room was the only door that was open. It's only been a few months since it's been formed, otherwise one of the first of the hidden ninja villages, he grinned. Hidden villages. He recognized it. The fact that he couldn't remember it annoyed him a little. They moved quickly closer, into the open doorway with a receptionist standing next to another closed door. Mito approached a middle-aged woman wearing a formal outfit. The blonde chose to observe the room from a distance while listening to their conversation. "Excuse me, is my grandfather here?" she asked, glancing at both guests for a moment before shaking her head. "I'm sorry, he left on an important meeting that the clans of Konohagakure wanted to discuss with him," she responded. Konohagakure. He overheard Mito and the secretary conversing. "It's another ninja village, isn't it? How many other villages are there? That's pretty awesome." He gave this some thought. Out of the corner of his eye, Mito turned to face him before he realized it. He turned to face the woman with the red hair and asked, "What's up?" She maintained a faint expression of incredulity. It took him a moment to realize his situation. "It seemed my grandfather will not be here for another few days." "Oh." He laughed uneasily. "So I guess that I just sleep on the streets then." He was joking. At his disgusting joke, she shook her head and scoffed. "Nonsense. Okay then. What now?" The blonde was a little ahead of Mito as they walked together. Her suggestion that he stay at her apartment was not exactly what she had in mind. She was unable to turn him away because he needed assistance. He didn't deserve to stay in a hotel for the majority of his money or spend a night on the streets. How would that make him feel at first sight? A specific time frame for her grandfather's return to the village was not provided to her. Given that Shin appeared to have forgotten about their enigmatic visitor, she questioned the significance of their meeting. She turned to face the enigmatic blonde. He was much too fascinating for her. The man with the blue eyes asked her directly, "So how do you feel so far?" "Well," he said with a thoughtful expression and a hint of bewilderment. "I feel really weird. Like I don't belong here," he said. "He hasn't been here long either, but that's putting it mildly." Mito said, "Perhaps that you can get used to this place." Halfway to her apartment they were. A group of children ran through an alleyway while playing tag or hide and seek. One thing that was absent from the previous situation was that a sense of security that their former way of life was unable to achieve. "I hope so. But I feel," she said, turning to face her friend. Mito was somewhat perplexed by his remark, but primarily intrigued by it. "I feel like something's missing. Other than my memories, I mean. Was there something inherent in him? A friend? Or a personal possession?" She briefly entertained the idea that it might have been the nightcap he carried in his pack. "We might find something in your pack that I found alongside you." He seemed to have put his small problem out of his mind and just relaxed. "Maybe, I think it's something big though." As they approached her home, he placed his hands on the back of his neck. She thought, it's interesting how casual and unconcerned he is. He might never remember the rest of his memories at all. It was possible. She was confident, however, that he believed he would reclaim his past despite the casual remark. In friendly silence, they strolled the remaining distance to her apartment. They followed her to her door and up the stairs. She invited him inside after using her key to unlock the door. He exclaimed, "Thanks again. I really like that you're a nice person," not very quietly. She answered, "Anyone would have done it." He simply waved her away as he removed his sandals. "Maybe, but that still doesn't take away that you're a good person," he replied. "I just see the kindness in you, I guess," he continued. "Even if you were a private person." That again. She pondered. He was absolutely correct that she didn't give out specifics about her life. Mito questioned why she shared personal details, but she explained that it was to help and comfort him. Without her guiding him, he left for the hallway. She was a little annoyed that he left without waiting for her to show him around, as is customary for guests. As she removed her sandals, he turned the corner of the hallway and entered the guest room. Maybe that's why she felt a slight attraction to him. It was a bit stale, normal. As far as she was aware, Naruto was almost at the other end of that spectrum. The door to Mito's makeshift room was ajar as he passed through the hallway. He was currently fumbling on the desk with his bag. After a moment, he looked up and grinned. He asked her to come in and said, "You want to see if I can remember anything, right? Let's check it out." Am I really that predictable? She did admit that she was interested in him, but she regretted saying it. Her curiosity quickly overcame her annoyance and allowed her to enter the room. On the side of the bed, she took a seat. Approaching, Naruto carelessly poured the contents onto the mattress. She was still mildly amused by this, especially at the next comment, which was, "It's like he doesn't care at all." Picking up the toothy nightcap, I asked myself, "Whoa, do I actually wear this?" She laughed and said, "I'd like to think so." He smiled warmly, then went back to the objects. He then swiftly put on the red, black flamed cloak that he had just picked up. He thought, it's pretty cool. He turned in place, checking the fit of the garment. On the back, she saw some kanji. She asked out loud, Mount Myoboku? And he gave her a questioning look. Where's that? I don't have a clue, she exclaimed, thrilled to have discovered yet another hint that led to him. Maybe, a little interesting, wasn't the best way to characterize him. He carried on, figuring that thinking about it would not produce any results. After a moment, he froze. She asked eagerly, did you remember something? Her mind rushed to what he might have remembered. Wait, I know this, she exclaimed, glancing at the objects to see if any of them were to blame. The tri-pronged kunai among the commonplace objects was her best guess. He appeared to reach for it, then quickly moved on to his stuffed frog wallet. I call this Gamma-chan, he exclaimed, grinning proudly and nostalgically as he bounced the wallet in his hand. The fact that Mito had remembered something trivial that didn't reveal much other than the fact that he was a little childish caught him off guard. She laughed, which swiftly escalated into full-fledged laughter. His eyes were full of gratitude, and he smiled amusedly. He laughed with her, and she quickly pulled herself together. He went on to say, you have a beautiful laugh. She took a moment to collect herself before answering him, thank you. She wasn't quite sure how to react. How was she expected to respond? Is a compliment enough? She lacked knowledge in that area. Seduction was completely optional because kunoichi were people and ninja just like everyone else. Clearly, she decided against being specific in that way. Before she could respond, he unrolled the sealing scroll, as if he had already moved on, which she recalled as the scroll containing the unique kunai. As he examined the sealing formula, he said, okay, what's going on? I feel like I should do something. He gave her a questioning look as he handed her the scroll. Here, let me show you. She showed it, and two kunai flew wildly a foot in the air as she said, you channel chakra on the formula, depending on the amount of chakra and bursts. She was beaten before she could reach for them. He grabbed them by the handles with ease. As he examined, he twirled the one in his right hand. Huh. Cool, he exclaimed. By shinobi standards, it wasn't impressive, but it would have been difficult for a civilian. She guessed that he had only done it out of instinct. So I guess he really is a ninja, she said. He inquired, so what are these markings? After examining the formula for a while, she reached the same conclusion as her grandfather. I believe it's a space-time sealing formula, so I suppose it's used for teleportation, she replied. As he examined it further, he hummed. She remarked that the cloak fit him perfectly, as if it had been tailored for him. Only more mysteries emerged today, and not much was resolved. Other than his wallet, he didn't appear to remember anything about his past. What, then, is lacking from him? A puzzle that was always expanding, with hazy pieces that eventually became clear. It thrilled her. She inquired inquisitively, you didn't recall anything else? Nah, was his response. He poked at the other objects and put the kunai aside, which revealed nothing more and were unimportant. With a weary yawn, she got out of bed. He glanced up at her and said, I think I shall go to bed now. As she turned to face the door, she said, okay, good night. Good night. With her hair out of her buns and wearing a conservative nightgown, Mito lay in bed. Now that she considered what had happened today, it seemed a little strange. The blonde was sleeping here again, of course, but this time he wasn't unconscious. She also extended an invitation to stay. Even though she was content with it appearing to be a date, she would surely not be happy if someone she had essentially met today was spotted coming into her house and appearing to be. The thought caused her face to flush. She definitely had the desire to have sex with someone of the other sex, but only with a man she loved. Only recently, with the village's formation, did she even start looking for a potential partner. Since every new village was concentrating on building and recruiting clans, there was no threat of war at this time. She could really see it. He was correct. She didn't come across someone who was both amnesic and had fallen out of the sky very often. She reflected on his oceanic blue eyes that spoke of incalculable depth, his strong jawline, and his cute whiskers. His firm voice and seductive lips. She wanted to learn more about him and support him because he was so strange. The fact that she was attracted to him was undoubtedly a bonus. She remembered what she had been thinking when he mentioned their clan name. For some strange reason, he had said, Naruto Uzumaki. She considered how he could get that name, marriage. She was agitated, even though it was only for a brief moment. To divert her attention, she simply spluttered whatever came out, only to make a remark about his untamed blonde hair. There weren't many people with golden hair in Uzu, but he did look exotic here. Given that he had just woken up, she questioned what he was doing. She was not as exhausted as she had first believed. Maybe she would have to be a good hostess and think of something he could do to keep himself entertained. She got out of bed, switched on the light, and considered what he could do. She didn't know if he would enjoy any of the books she had for him to read. The majority were works of fiction that explored morality and various facets of life. She didn't think her little romance would appeal to him. Maybe he could play a game of Go or Shugi with her, Mito thought. There weren't many opponents to put her skills to the test. She went to her door, straightened her hair absently, and decided she would ask him herself. She pondered whether she would stay here long enough for the door to creak as it opened silently. She crossed to the other door and knocked softly. She knocked again and got no response. No response as of yet. He might have gone for a walk, she thought for a moment, so she turned the knob and looked through the door to make sure. He was sound asleep on the bed, snoring lightly, and Mito almost scolded him. How can that be? As drool slipped out of the corner of his mouth, she thought. He tossed and turned over the blanket, and she realized what she was doing. I guess he really enjoys the dish, she said, almost snickering when she heard a ramen escape from him. He wore orange boxers, it was revealed. As her face flushed, she hurriedly shut the guest room door and made her way back to her own room. She turned off her lamp and slipped under her blanket, saying, "He's unpredictable." As she waited for sleep to take her, Mito thought about her new visitor again. The last time she had laughed so carelessly, she couldn't recall. Mount Myoboku sounded vaguely familiar, like something far away that she couldn't place. It hovered in her mind, waiting for a particular word or object to help her remember things. She chose to ignore it and wait for it to happen. She was also intrigued by the seal on his kunai and wanted to see how it worked. I wondered if it was like the accelerated movement of Senshin Jutsu, though it was different because the seal permitted transportation. Maybe of the individual with the method. He was obviously trained as a shinobi. Maybe some chakra exercises and training would help him develop his skills. Throughout the night, her mind wandered about the blonde until she was overcome by sleep. She heard a loud, annoying knocking noise. It was repeated, in a certain way, as if her sister had come to her home. When she opened her eyes, the morning light had brightened her room. When Mito looked at her clock, she saw that she had woken up an hour later than usual, and she felt as though the sun had risen too early. Odd. She consistently felt rested at 8 in the morning. Right now, another hour of sleep felt like heaven. Alongside the loud knocks, she heard her younger sister's muffled, low yells, "Come on, Mito." Since she was still wearing her nightgown, she felt a little sloppy as she got out of her cozy bed and hurried to find her robe. She wiped the sleep from her eyes as best she could, grabbed her brush and hairpins, and left her room. As she moved through the corridors, she heard a door handle behind her fiddling. Naruto mumbled something low, "Bathroom." She hurried to the door, unlocked it, and opened it to discover her sister, Emi. She was wearing casual clothes instead of her work clothes. Black trousers and a red sweater. The blonde in his boxers and t-shirt staggered into the bathroom as her eyes widened in surprise. "Finally, I did say I was coming OV," she said. Emi trailed off, "Did you?" "No," as she opened her apartment door. Mito turned back to her sister, perplexed. She questioned, "What are you talking about? She's still working on getting over her drowsiness." Emi said bluntly, "Well, one thing, it looks like you slept with him," she said. What? Emi went into her kitchen and said, "Come on, he's half naked and inside your place. You still look tired and I thought you were usually dressed by now." The statement, "It's a bit logical from my point of view," made Mito go pale. I know you're not like that, Mito," she interrupted, looking at the bottom cupboards. She went on, "It is pretty suspicious though." That was something Mito had already worked out. Still feeling a little agitated, Mito quickly collected herself and said, "So tell me about this guy. He popped out of nowhere and you were with him." This is how she knew it would go. She made the decision to concentrate on brushing her hair and tying it in buns. "That's quite accurate actually." She heard the toilet and sink flush, and asked, "What do you mean?" "Exact." She heard the blonde exclaim, "Damn, that was awesome." He appeared to have gone into the guest room. Mito gave her a sheepish look as Emi gave her a silent glance. She started talking again after they heard a door close. As she resumed her prodding of the cupboards, she asked, "Not really a person like yourself, is he?" "No," acknowledged Mito. He was far from articulate, and he rarely, if ever, responded to social cues. When he started eating, he had terrible table manners. As she stopped looking, she said, "You don't have any flour?" She got up, went to the refrigerator, and took a quick look. "Or any blueberries?" In response, Mito said, "I forgot." She remembered that yesterday she was meant to go get some more. Undoubtedly to discuss the blonde, Emi had a knowing expression. "So what was that about him not knowing his own name?" she inquired. He has amnesia, and about before. He really did appear out of nowhere, replied Mito. Did the Kanai have any connection to it, now that she considered it? Her train of thought was interrupted by the words, "You're doing it again." Doing what? That face you always do when you're interested in something. She was wearing a strange smile and her eyes were sparkling mischievously. So someone has caught your attention, huh? Now that's fascinating. And? Mito asked, feeling a little defiant, but she was determined not to show her younger sister the heat that was beginning to build up around her cheeks. And you're not feeling bad? I thought you were interested in Hashirama. He's a clan leader and a powerful shinobi, she asked. Mito sighed. Whenever romance was involved, she always started acting this way. She insisted on finding a partner because she believed she was entitled to happiness. Rushing through tasks wasn't exactly Mito's style, and she was perfectly happy to take her time. She made an effort to think of a sensible way to respond to her sister. It's because he has amnesia, huh? She wasn't sure how to react to that. Well, Mito heard the door swing open and said, "Admit it, you think he's far more interesting than the god of shinobi, right?" "Emmy, he's still inside," she said in a whisper. Nevertheless, she discovered that she agreed with her sister. She met Naruto in a way that was far more petty than she and Hashirama did. Fine, fine. The blonde hurried over to their location. She greeted him, and her sister gave him a close look. "Yo, morning Mito, and Emmy right?" she asked. To which her younger sister replied, "Morning to you too." "Oh, I see now that my name is Naruto," he said. With each word he spoke, Mito could practically feel the energy radiating from him. Vivacious and almost reckless. "Oh really? It's nice to meet you. A fitting name considering the amount of ramen you ate yesterday?" When Mito learned the new information, she immediately focused all of her attention on the blonde. "Oh yeah, that was some amazing ramen yesterday, not really as good as Ichiraku's though." The young man with the blue eyes turned to her and asked, "Ichiraku?" "Huh," he said, thoughtfully scratching his head. "No idea where that came from." Emmy said, "I guess it's another ramen stand or something." She went on, "Also, don't tell Kenji that you said that." "Oh man, if that Ichiraku's is better, then I want some of that ramen," he responded. Emmy muttered, "He can get really serious about his noodles." Ignoring this, Mito focused on seeing if he remembered anything. "Anything else, Naruto?" she asked, expressing her opinions. He stared at the ceiling and thought, Nah, nothing," was his final response. She caught Emmy raising her eyebrows out of the corner of her eye. Emmy said, "Hey Naruto." Grabbing the interest of both people. "You're a guest, so can you do us a favor?" Without hesitation, he answered, "Yeah sure, what is it?" After reaching into her wallet, Emmy took out some Ryo. "Can you go get some flour and blueberries for us?" Emmy asked, pointing out the location of the closest supermarket. Mito was aware of her goals. Emmy wanted to talk about the blonde who stayed over and have some girl time. "No problem." He saluted and hurriedly tugged on his sandals. Mito said, "Naruto, you really don't have to do this." He waved and went outside without her arguing anymore, saying, "It's okay, this is easy stuff." She was essentially left alone with her sister when the door slammed shut. The boy talk annoyed her. Emmy began to say, "Well, I have to say, according to Mito, he just went out there without even asking why." Was a revelation about his personality. Was he a guy who didn't ask questions, even though the details weren't clear? Which was characteristic of a shinobi? Or did he just want to assist and do this? No matter how important. The words, "Well there's that look again," successfully jolt her out of her reverie. "What look?" inquired Mito. She considered the shift in her expression. "Did you notice it, or delicate?" Her sister asked, "You really do want to know everything about him, don't you?" Effectively initiating her interrogation, as Mito perceived it. "What are you talking about?" She was at a loss for words once more. Face it, when he said, "Ichiraku," you lit up like a child seeing sweets. "He has amnesia, I want to help him." The statement, "Sure, but mostly for your own self-interest," made Mito think of Naruto's remarks from yesterday and how he could see right through her pretense. For her sister, it made sense because they had known each other all their lives. But barely an hour after their formal meeting, he managed to accomplish that. "So how did your date end yesterday?" "It wasn't a date. I don't see anything romantic between bowls of ramen and sitting side by side," Mito responded. Mito thought about this and said, "Yeah, it's mostly done when you're comfortable with one another or between friends." She did feel very relaxed and at ease with him because of his warm chakra. It was a bit strange. "But you're not friends, and that totally was a date," Mito murmured. She questioned, "Why do you insist?" Emmy already knew the solution. She wanted her older sister to be content. Ignoring this, Emmy went on. Well, did you flirt with him? And him with you? She inquired. She said, no. In an unconvincing manner. She thought about what they had said to each other yesterday. She was certainly not into dating. He did say, I have beautiful laugh and that I was a nice person, among other things. There you go. Mito questioned, that was flirting? Yeah, of course, Emmy answered. Mito gave her sister a look. Mito was struck with a jolt of realization. There were clear indications that he was, so how could she have been so unaware of it? The reciprocal courtesy had even been returned by her. However, it didn't seem to her that he was merely flirting. He seemed to be stating the obvious more than anything else. Simple, sincere remarks. At least that's how she felt about it. Even though he was a shinobi, he didn't appear to be the cunning kind. You were flirting with him too, weren't you? Yes. She murmured. He pondered whether he was aware that he was flirting. Even worse, they were scheduled to go on another date today. He couldn't as oblivious to it. It was. She was eagerly anticipating it. Naruto took a seat in the bakery's chair. There was something familiar about this place that he couldn't quite place. Evidently, he had never been here before. Was it the bakery? Or the location's scent? He chose to ignore it and concentrate on the stunning red-haired woman seated across from him. Emmy had said goodbye and left when he returned from assisting them with their shopping. At least they had something to do, he reasoned, that involved eating what he had purchased. Rather, Emmy had merely stated that she had forgotten something and that it was later. For some strange reason, Mito had also appeared anxious at that moment. Since they had arrived, she appeared to have collected herself. He asked her, so, why we're here again? In her eyes, there was a curiosity that was nearly impossible to overcome. She always gave him that look, and he wondered if it was just because he was amnesic, as if he were a game, but there was also real concern in it. Her pupilless black eyes were looking playful and a little childlike this time. He raised his eyebrows and said, because you owe me cinnamon buns. What, they have a delectable taste. He grinned wryly and said, yeah, I still owe you for buying me ramen. Something nudged him in the back of his head. As if, for some reason, he should remember this. Even though he had never met the woman before yesterday, it was impossible. At this point, the waiter passed by and promptly delivered the cinnamon buns. She had already used his money to pay for it before this. There were tall dividers between each table for privacy, and the shop itself was very cozy, as if it had been designed with comfort in mind. He observed the woman, Mito, carefully removing a bun and biting into the sweets. She moaned a little in pleasure as she closed her eyes. She appeared to remember that she wasn't alone when he laughed. She wiped her face with a napkin as a cute little flush came over her cheeks. I got carried away, she said in an embarrassing way. She quickly lost her blush. Hey, it's all right. It cute, you know, he replied. Her face flushed more deeply this time. Naruto noticed that he was staring into eyes of a different hue. His surroundings appeared blurry and unfocused, and there was no sound. He didn't see Mito in this girl. She had lavender-tinted eyes with no pupils and long midnight hair. She was just as beautiful to Naruto as the woman with the red hair. She had a small smile on her face, and he felt warmth, love, and joy when they briefly locked eyes. Her cheeks took on a rose hue as she shyly averted her gaze. The smile grew a little wider. Who is she? Naruto pondered in his mind. Her lips moved, but no sound escaped her luscious, inviting pink lips. She raised a piece of cinnamon to her lips and took a tiny nibble. Is this what you recognize? Naruto? Mito asked doubtfully. He noticed that his lavender eyes had changed to black ones with fewer pupils, a different hue, and a different expression. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, but her main emotion was worry. I just remembered something, that's all, he said, gathering his thoughts. Can I ask what? Yeah, there was someone who seemed to have liked cinnamon buns just as much as you did. She replied with a smile. It seemed to. It felt like the truth, even though he had only said it on impulse. I don't remember her name though. He saw her deflate a little at the new information, but she still had a small smile on her face despite her eyes flashing with disappointment. Her? She inquired. As he considered what they were doing, he asked himself, what did you remember exactly? Doing what we're doing now. He didn't know what she meant when she asked, what do you mean? He answered, I guess I'm sitting here eating. I just saw what she looks like a bit. According to Mito, I see. Weird, he thought. Gazing out the shop window, he picked up a bun for himself. The bakery stood just beyond a little park. People strolling through with their families were having a good time. He recalled the girl in his mind. He thought it was a bit different from others because of those white eyes of hers. Dude, this is all so confusing. Where had this person gone? Was there anyone else he knew? When they saw him, would they go crazy? So many things. Even if you haven't really promised, thanks for helping try to get my memories back, the woman replied. He had someone who wanted to help, at least. It was very important to him. She replied, it's interesting, as I mentioned. She bit into her snack again. He inquired, so what do you enjoy doing? Remembering what she said about getting to know her better last night, she took some time to consider her response. She said to the light purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, I like to study and learn fuinjutsu. This is actually a sealing jutsu. He inquired, what does it do? He could tell she was a little passionate about it because she appeared to enter a trance. It's called Strength of 100 Seal. Whenever I use a jutsu, which require chakra, I don't have to utilize any of my own. He became excited when he thought about jutsu. Wow, that's pretty cool. Could you show me any of your jutsu? It's what I thought of earlier, perhaps you can remember something if we train together. He inquired, what kind of training? She appeared to be just as eager as he was to show him examples of her own ninjutsu, along with chakra exercises. Was there anything he could recall? The fact that he could remember any kind of cool jutsu thrilled him the most. I'm hoping it will be fantastic. I can't wait for it. He was eager to begin, so he put the cinnamon buns aside. But I thought perhaps that you would want to visit where you had fallen first, said Mito. Alright, he gave in. He wanted to see if anything could come of it, but training sounded more exciting. What gives me the impression that I don't belong? The blonde said, wow, that was a long way, really long too. She continued walking across the meadow, saying, it's a walk that I enjoy. It was comparatively quiet. The only sounds were the distant waves lapping against the coast and the chirping of birds. Naruto trailed behind her as she inhaled deeply of the pleasant scent. Bleg! He exclaimed. Good thing we ate more before we came. He failed to express regret for his impolite actions. With a sigh, she moved on toward the location of his fall. Mito remarked, you're undefined. Meh. He dismissed her. As they left the meadow and entered another area of the forest, she kept her composure. That was a beautiful place though. Yes, she answered. The first person she showed the field to was Naruto. It wasn't very important, but it was a nice place that made her feel less anxious. Just somewhere she could unwind. During their nearly 2-hour drive here, they had spoken sparingly, making a few remarks here and there. Even so, the blonde with the cerulean eyes was a little agitated and frequently grumbled about the time or distance to get here. As he walked past her and toward the hole in the ground, he asked, is that it? With dirt and leaves scattered everywhere, the scene was exactly as he had seen him. She joined him as he stood right above the crater. Yes, Mito said. He nodded, then just looked around before settling his eyes on the hollow. In an attempt to jog his memory, she added, you had these orange markings on the corner of your eyes when I found you here. He said, inserting his hands into his jacket while maintaining a focused expression. There was silence for a minute, and then he looked straight up at the sky. Nothing's coming for me. He inhaled deeply. Mito saw the shift in his attitude and said, I'll be honest. What if I don't remember who I really am? What do you mean? The wild-haired person said, what if I can't remember anything else, and it will never come back? He crossed his arms and stared up at the sky, saying, I'm not worried about that though. I just can't stop thinking. Even if I never recover my memories, could I just, start over? He asked, as if he was trying to compose himself. Not sure if she added a significant other, she said, I suppose. But what about your family, or friends? I'm sure you'll recover them. I guess. He sounded less than totally persuaded. Before he sounded so confident about himself, it was a little strange. From where did this doubt originate? He swung his arms and let out a loud exhale. He laughed and changed his personality, saying, perhaps if I fell from the sky again, I could remember something. He walked back to the meadow after turning around. Let's go check out that place again. Okay. And stood beside him. She was reminded of the bakery earlier in their lull of conversation. Who was the girl who accompanied him? They were sort of on a date, but he didn't seem to notice, ignore, or care. She didn't bother speculating about their relationship because he appeared to have been doing the same with her. Mito was a little interested in her appearance and thought that if he remembered anything specific, it might lead to a clue. She decided to ask him when it would be more suitable. He led the way close to the middle of the flower-filled field as they made their way there. He landed abruptly on the ground, causing the grass and any unlucky flowers to bruise under his weight. Mito gave the man a questioning glance. Who was curled up on the floor. With his eyes closed, he said to her, come join me. She said, I much rather not. She worried a little that the dirt might end up in her hair. Despite her kunoichi heritage, she preferred to sit down rather than get unduly dirty instead. She took a seat comfortably apart from him, keeping his extended left arm at her fingertips. He raised his eyebrows and took a sidelong glance. His voice was irritated as he responded, "That's boring. Come on, just lay down and feel amazing." She shot back, "I don't see how that would make me feel spectacular." He sighed contentedly for a moment, "Well, all you see are the clouds rolling by in the sky, the heat on the sun on your skin. I just feel one with nature, you know, and nothing really matters other than right now," he said gently. She was a little confused by his abrupt shift in his character's dynamic. She gave a longing smile. "If you say so," she gave in to his pressure. She tossed her buns in her hair and the little crown between them in a hurry. She set the things aside and let her hair fall to her shoulders. Observing his peculiar expression, I asked, "Is something the matter?" You really look good like that, you know." She became aware that she had not worn her typical buns when she was spotted. When did she become so at ease with him? He had completely taken her guard down without her knowing it. "Thank you." She managed to keep the heat under control. The sincerity of his words was still foreign to her. It would be a bit unworthy, she thought quickly, to put her hair in place. She rested her head on the grass and leaned back. She gazed up at the clear blue sky, where a few fluffy white clouds hung over the landscape. The warmth was pleasant to her face and skin. In fact, she felt a little more at ease. However, she didn't feel in harmony with nature. She told him, "I kind of understand what you mean." "Of course I'm right," he said with assurance. She was a little reminded of the blonde's eyes as she gazed up at the blue sky. She noticed a happy, sentimental smile on his face as she turned to face him. She questioned whether he had any memories of his stay here. It was undeniable that Mito was drawn to him physically. Then he turned his cerulean eyes on her. He was clearly a good, honest man, but he was also a peculiar character, even with his amnesia. She looked back up at the sky, thinking that maybe she would fall in love with him in the future. Naruto turned to face the intruder in their stroll and said, "Mito Uzumaki." Behind them, two figures emerged. One was a blonde man with long hair who wore a leaf-shaped metal forehead protector. The other man, with the exception of the swirl, wore the gray Uzumaki clan armor and a similar band. Both appeared worn out, with some perspiration trickling down their faces. The shinobi from Uzushiogakure explained, "We have urgent news." "Yes, what is it?" Mito asked Naruto with a certain expression that he could understand. He relaxed and ignored the conversation. In any case, Mito clearly understood that it had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, he wasn't anticipating the consequences of listening in. Consequently, he took a short stroll and surveyed the village surrounding him. A group of kids dashed across the street and entered a nearby confectionery. He was surprised to learn that the sun was low in the sky. Today seemed to have gone by in a flash. He hadn't been here for a week now. At least conscious. Because he was staying at her place, he had had a chance to get to know Mito and Emi a little better. "I spent almost the entire day with Mito." She and Emi had only occasionally escorted him around the village. He thought it was much too early when they woke up. They said it was too tardy to sleep past 10 in the morning. Nevertheless, he relished the sights of Uzushiogakure. He had met a few of Mito's friends, both civilians and shinobi. There were many of them, and he tried to recall their names. They frequently made remarks about how exotic he looked. Being a stranger, he was always the target of some inquisitive looks. Others, besides the members of the Uzumaki clan, gave him suspicious, calculating looks. He also discovered that Mito's shinobi abilities were the real reason he was kept around her. In light of that, they were meant to determine whether he could still use any of his ninja abilities. A plan that he was looking forward to. Mito continued talking to the two. He gave it some quick thought, but he remained silent while they conversed in low voices. He had overheard Mito talking to her friends on a number of previous occasions. Previously, he was chastised for being so impolite, particularly in private. That was the last thing he wanted to hear. As he observed people going about their daily lives, he let out a sigh. The building surrounding him had a new appearance. It seemed a little strange, as though he had been waiting to see it. He had mentioned it to Mito. She mentioned again that it might have something to do with his potential Uzumaki ancestry, and it seemed appropriate enough. He had relished his time with Mito and Emi. He had faith in them. Companions. A heavy burden was lifted from his shoulders. Only after he had admitted that did he realize it. No matter how strange that was, he was happy for it. They had a friendship. He grinned at it. "Naruto." Mito's voice snapped him out of his daydream. He asked, still turning his head away, as he saw a child run across the street to join his red-headed mother. The words, "I deeply apologize," came out of her mouth with a tone of regret. He turned to see what she was talking about and asked, "What for?" His forehead was only a few inches from her palm. When she tapped him, he was unable to process what had just transpired. Blackness met his eyes. He felt himself stir what seemed like a moment later. His head felt strange, almost like a headache, but not quite. He felt groggy after waking up, as if he had slept for a pitiful amount of time. Or something. When he opened his eyes, the ceiling displayed recognizable patterns. He blinked again, trying to make sense of what had happened. He sat up and asked himself, what the hell just happened? By that time, he saw a figure seated next to him on the other couch. He soon realized that she was on the love seat and he was on the couch in Mito's apartment living room. She didn't waste any time in telling him what had happened, in a way. That man was a Yamanka, so he checked your memories and to see if it was possible to recover them. He accused, not that. What did you do to me? Just when he believed she was a friend, Naruto couldn't help but feel deceived. But at least he wasn't imprisoned or bound. At least that was encouraging. Her voice was formal and sincere as she said, I apologize again. He hoped so, anyway, because that would be awful. It was essential, Mito said. For a moment, he looked directly into her eyes. He let out a frustrated sigh, so what happened to me? Like I said before, that blonde man was from Konoha, and was asked to sort through your memories by my grandfather. You could have just asked and I would have let them so that didn't have to happen to me, he said. I know, she explained. Except the Uzushio shinobi didn't want to take chances, so I performed a jutsu on you as a compromise. Her eyes softened slightly as he nodded in understanding. I guess, I can forgive you, he said. My grandfather was concerned about possible spies, mainly from a few rumors he had heard, she said. I was certain you were not a spy, and I obtained a completely solid confirmation of that. Well, I guess that's okay. He stretched, realizing the rationale for defending the village. That would be shitty if I turned to be a spy. He saw her frown from his words. Where are those guys now? Off to rest, Naruto asked inquisitively. Well, since that guy can see memories or whatever, did you find anything about me? Interestingly enough, there was no mental blockages to your mind, safeguards, or anything indicating that you should collect information or sabotage our village. I nodded in response to her answer. All he wanted to do was explore Uzushiogakure, eat ramen, and spend time with Emi and Mito. He was a little bored by those official buildings, but she could tell by Mito's expression that it was pleasant to see them. She trailed off, also, apparently it was just mostly devoid of memories. There was a hint of curiosity in her voice, but it also sounded almost disappointed. He looked at her blankly and said, So, he needed an explanation because he knew very little about the topic. You hardly have any memories at all, other than the things you know now. You shouldn't be recalling anything else from the memories present, if the Yamanka was correct. Naruto answered, well, I guess. It had been a while since he had recalled anything else. I still have these pulls though, like it's on the tip of my tongue but it won't come, he said. The man was only concerned on fulfilling his orders, to locate any indications that you were an infiltrator. Which he hadn't, although he did say it was unusually devoid, she clarified. He frowned to himself. Well, complained Naruto, that's really vague. So I might never know who I truly am, huh? He asked, feeling somewhat relieved. This is stupidly confusing, he said. He scowled in frustration as he waited for her to continue, saying, there's no need to jump to conclusions. He was able to find something peculiar. He was able to see a certain individual. That woman you saw earlier is a Hyuga. He didn't know what that meant, of course. He was totally blank when he heard the word Hyuga. What's that? He asked naively. Those eyes you saw were the Byakugan, a Kekkei Genkei that belonged to a clan, one of the first to join the Konohagakure, hence, the Hyuga. He trailed off, so that girl, so does that mean I actually might be from Konoha? Yes. It's a strong possibility, Mito answered. There's supposed to be another trip made to Konoha soon. A trip, huh? Inquired Naruto. Mito gave a nod. I traveled there twice before with my sister, since we have close ties with them. I will be joining the next assigned journey there. The Hyuga live there, will you be accompanying as well? He thought, yeah, of course, I want to know who I am. He raised his eyebrows, allowing her to continue. I see, the next travel should be in another month or so. But before that, it also seems that I have something of importance to complete. A classified mission in Konoha, she said in a tone that suggested it was a confidential matter. Before he could respond, he gave her a long look. I guess that means I won't be able to come then? Indeed. I am supposed to watch over you, and from the letter from my grandfather had written to me, this mission supersedes that, she clarified. With reference to himself, Naruto said, right, you're supposed to do that. She gave a nod of approval. To ensure that you're not any threat to Uzushiogakure, among other details. Well, I don't even know who I am. I would be pretty disappointed in myself. I did want to cause harm to your home. He exhaled. So what's going to happen to me? Since you're going to. Wherever, Mito said with a smile. Either put under house arrest, or get thrown in prison. What the hell? You would think that I would be more free after you said I was not a spy, said Naruto. She hurriedly clarified that was her grandfather's directive and that he would only be freed after they met. He had no other option, but it didn't really help to calm him. Well, if I had to choose, that first one sounds good, he murmured. Except you don't own a home. Fuck, Mito said, can you please stop with the profanities? Yeah. He felt himself brighten at her next statement. I won't have you thrown in prison, that would harm your image a little. I volunteered my apartment for that, far more subtle and less. Really, that's awesome, she interrupted. He could see how annoyed she was to be interrupted. I'm certain that house arrest isn't a cause for celebration. Hey, I guess you're right, he said, embarrassedly rubbing the back of his neck. Much better than prison though. True. They fell silent for a moment. He inquired inquisitively, so, how long will you be gone? It's important, but I should be back in a week or two, depending on what needs to be done. Mito explained to him, my time away shouldn't be too extensive. I think your definition of long is different than mine, he sighed. It would be exhausting to be cooped up in a tiny apartment. It's going to be so boring. Your apartment doesn't have anything fun. She furrowed her brow in annoyance. Are you implying? A drop of perspiration trickled down his cheek. He could feel the woman in front of him looking at him closely. He was aware that he was not exactly winning her favor once more. That was also how it had been for the last few days. Speaking too quickly and without considering the consequences. He was powerless to stop it. She was being very formal and a little stiff about things that he didn't care about or even consider. Similar to his eating patterns and propensity to agitate her. A little annoyed, she shook her head. He made the decision to clarify. When Mito said, well no. I meant that what I'm supposed to do. For so long, he didn't seem to be persuaded. I mean I would like to check out the village a little more. I'm afraid that's an impossibility, he groaned loudly. The ninja assigned are to make sure you never leave the apartment. Well that sucks. He sagged himself forward again. I'm sure you'll find something to do, albeit I can't say I pity you for that earlier insult. He pretended to smile. Why? Yeah, she rubbed her temples and said, let me just explain what will be occurring now. The tone of her subsequent remarks was solemn. He gave a curt nod, and she went on, you will remain in my apartment under the observation of multiple shinobi. You cannot leave under any circumstances, understood? You won't be able to sneak out through the windows. There's a seal that will alert it as soon as you take a step outside. He refused to scowl or make any other facial expression that would betray his deep disappointment. Still, he nodded. Good. Since you're complaining about boredom, I'll have Emmy come over occasionally to drop off groceries and possibly keep you company, if she so desires. But, isn't that a little weird? I suppose so, seeing as you're under house arrest, but I've already dealt with it. Under the reasoning that you wouldn't harm someone under the scrutiny of a squad of shinobi, it would be suicide. At any case, the shinobi are just there to make sure you don't wander about or leave the village, she clarified. Well, Emmy trusts you, as do I, so please don't do anything that would betray my hospitality, such as attempting to escape. It will only make the clan leader less trusting of you, said Mito. Although he wouldn't be as bored if her sister were present, Naruto wasn't totally sure why they were fighting over this. That conversation seemed to end with the words, thanks, I won't let you down. Soon after, he had an idea and expressed his interest. So are you really a great shinobi? That's what they tell me. I was entrusted to watch over you, she said. I'm capable. If you as much as entered my room without permission, I would have been able to disable you within the second, she said casually. All he could say was, oh. I made some safety measures if you ever fought back. I attached a seal to disable you. She responded with integrity. In his opinion, he never saw anything on his hands when he looked down at them. But I did genuinely believe that you were a good person. The comment flattered him. Curious, he said, really? What's the seal do? It paralyzes you, and would render you absolutely harmless and susceptible to attack, she said. It's located on the back of your neck. Cool, was the only response Naruto could muster as he felt for a sign where she claimed it was. He only sensed smooth skin. Can we try it? He asked eagerly. You want to? Try it? Mito asked with a somewhat incredulous look. I'm fairly positive that it is not pleasant to experience. He waited for her to finish it, but she was hesitant. I'm sure it will be fine, go ahead and do it, he said. Come on, is an attempt to comfort her. He nodded and said, you're interested in this, aren't you? She sighed as he bobbed his head again, saying, if you're so determined. She raised her hand in a seal shape and said, I know you won't enjoy this. If you do, I'm afraid you're a masochist. Do it, he said, blinking several times. She appeared to be unsure. Come on, Mito scowled. He was panicked almost immediately. His muscles froze, making it impossible to move. Fortunately, he landed on the couch after falling to his side. It was frightening and too alien to know that nothing complied with your requests. It was agony, and he wished to never go through it again. Later, he managed to make a movement. To make sure his limbs responded, he sat up and moved them. In an attempt to dispel the previous sensation, Naruto cleared his throat. He trembled. He attempted to be humorous, but his worried tone betrayed that. I'm not sure I'm entirely comfortable knowing you have that much power over me. She chuckled. He writhed when she got up without saying to remove the seal. I warned you, but it's fairly late now, and I have a mission to tend to early in the morning. But since he had nothing to worry about, he was able to relax. He would never allow her to turn it on again. That was what he told himself, anyway. However, she was assisting him with his issue. That was something he was grateful for. The words, "It's nice having a good friend helping me," came out of his mouth. He turned around and smiled warmly as he watched her retreating form freeze. It made him laugh. I suppose it's quite easy being friends with you, even Emmy thinks so. He inquired, what makes you trust me so easily? I also don't see how it's possible for someone with an aura like yours to be immoral, Mito said, turning to face him. The same could be said of, you also wear your emotions on your sleeve and, she added before leaving. As she went to her room, she added, I also deactivated the seal permanently. He sighed after feeling the skin on his neck again. Huh. He listened, attempting to analyze what she had said. Have feelings on my sleeve? My aura? He recalled a comment she had made about that. He got up and walked into his room down the hall. The removal of the seal made him very happy, he had to admit. But at the very least, it might be a sign of a very dull week when she left in the morning. He wasn't thrilled about the prospect of spending some time alone in the apartment. It would also be torture while under house arrest. Even so, hopefully, Emmy would be coming to visit. Lazily, Naruto's eyes opened and then closed again. Like it had done every other day of the week, the constant knocking echoed at the door again. He tried to block out the sound by putting a pillow over his head. Only when the knocking became more intense did it fail. He noticed that the knocking appeared to follow a certain pattern. He let Mito answer the door while he lay there, until he remembered that he was, in fact, by himself in the apartment. A voice exclaimed, Naruto, muffled by objects in the distance. Now he remembered. He was placed under house arrest a few days ago after Mito abandoned him. It was all he had been afraid of. He wanted to sleep, but obstinate early risers kept waking him up. He shuffled through the hallway into the entrance, groaning as he grumpily got out of bed. Annoying. He yawned at the disruption to his slumber. The door is opened. He was perplexed and asked, what is it, saw? Before the idea could become firm, it ran away. In front of him, a woman with red hair was clutching a bag. Right, Emmy. He shook his head to get rid of the slumber. She scowled and had some redness on her cheeks that matched her hair as the person ripped her eyes away. She swore, what the hell, put on some clothes. He noticed that he was only wearing some orange boxers when he looked down below. He responded wearily, oh right. Well, you're the one who woke me up so early. She kept looking to the side and said, it's almost noon. He walked back into the hall after turning around. Still way too early for me, he said, wiping the sleep from his eyes as he hurried into his makeshift room, where he promptly located his clothes and put them on. He shouted at her, why do you knock when you have keys? His question appeared to be ignored by Emmy. She shouted from what he thought was the living room, why the hell are you acting like this is your place? It's not like you've been living here for months. Well, Mito did say to make myself at home when she left. That doesn't mean it really is, he answered, it's not like she's here or anything. He left the room fully clothed in his, well, the clothes he had worn when he first appeared. Naturally, he had other clothing that he had purchased a week prior, but he liked his jacket and the orange pants better. As he wandered into the living room, he detected a very alluring scent. Ramen. Emmy was eating ramen on a couch when she was startled awake by the unexpectedly delicious aroma. Another bowl of ramen was set on the coffee table. Here, I brought you some, saying, you're a goddess. He hurriedly took the seat across from her, grinning broadly. You're really overdramatic at times, just don't tell Mito we ate on her couch. Got it, Emmy. Itadakimasu. They exclaimed as they ate in silence for a while before Emmy spoke once more. So anything new? Memories, I mean, He considered the small details he could recall as well as the most significant one. She waited for him to continue, nodding her head. I remember names. These 9 names, weird ones. Like Shukaku, Yuki or Karama. Yeah, those are a little weird, sure, but it felt like I should remember them. He shook his head and asked, do you know what they look like? They gotta be friends, right? There were also a few other minor dreams. Nah, just their names, but I think so. Similar to stones or a burst of orange. Karamaha. He was unsure of the reason behind the name's greater prominence. However, he continued to feel something, and as he lingered, a sense of dread gradually grew inside of him. His confinement to the apartment didn't help either. Although Naruto had previously observed it, it was largely unimportant and simple to forget. Now, he felt uneasy most of the time when he was by himself, which was a good portion of the day. Emi undoubtedly contributed to warding off the emotion. Mito should return. He felt compelled to take action, but he had no idea what it was, and it was foolish. The conversation seemed to be coming to a close, and Mito listened carefully. Among the prominent Konohagakure Shinobi clan's council. Thus far, it appeared that Konoha would have the largest population in the future, as all of the current clan leaders were present in the room. The Hyuga, Uchiha, and Senju were the most prominent. And more, each one different in strength and quantity. An advisor stood behind the leader of each clan, who sat down. Even the respective daimyos from the land of whirlpools and the land of fire took part in the conversation. Mito herself was standing behind her grandfather's chair. Hours had passed since the conversation began. Her gaze darted to the village's two founding clans. An intimidating figure, Madara Uchiha, sat down and listened intently to the discussions. Chin resting on his thumbs, wearing a black coat with a high collar. He appeared somewhat bored, but his owing's eyes were calculating. He always listened in but rarely took part. He appeared to be a man who never let his guard down and was always ready. The only clan leader without an advisor was him. Chakra, personality, was also quite different from the other man sitting next to him. Madara's chakra appeared aloof and icy, almost malevolent. She didn't want to be around it. However, Hashirama's chakra was able to offset that, as if she recalled it. Hashirama Senju was very laid back, almost indifferent, but it was incorrect. He paid close attention to everything that everyone in the room said. He had far warmer eyes than the Uchiha. After a brief exchange of glances between Mito and Hashirama, he focused on the conversation. He wore robes that were beige. Tobirama, his brother, was standing above him. Not nearly as at ease as he was. She learned during the conversation that Hashirama had a lot of personality. Everybody listened carefully when he spoke, including Madara, who listened more intently and had less bored eyes than before. Hashirama would be the only leader, if there ever was one. Given the number of clans and residents in the village, it would be more effective. However, the conversations indicated that they were already working on it. However, it was not the most urgent task and needed to be finished at a later date. The main reason was that the Uzumaki clan wanted to voice their concerns, so they were called here. The main subject of conversation was the tailed beasts. Kumo had apparently captured a tailed beast for their use. If the information was accurate, the two tails, before being captured by Jutsu, it had apparently raged in captivity for some time. It must be a seal. Controlling such a strong animal was quite an accomplishment. Although it wasn't the first time, others were transient and soon broke free. For Kumo, it didn't appear to be the case. If they had done so, it was a very problematic situation. No other village had taken this action as of yet. Each village would be searching for seals and jutsu that could restrain the tailed beasts as part of a race to capture them. Kumo was already ahead and had the upper hand if they could harness the power of the tailed beast, which had never been put to good use. She was called to this meeting for the same reason. The clan of Uzumaki had been summoned to help with the situation. Find a seal strong enough to hold the 9-tailed fox, the strongest tailed animal. It was a very strict order. She made some rash calculations, estimating that it might take a year or so to create such a complicated seal. Even so, there was no assurance that such a large chakra could be contained. It was very ingenious. Strengthen ties between the two villages and increase the village's power. Although Konoha was somewhat skilled in Fuinjutsu, it wasn't as good as Uzushiyogakure's. Their promise would be to make the seal as soon as possible, utilizing their intimate connections. They were offered a tailed beast themselves, of course. Fortunately, her grandfather had declined. If there was a battle for dominance between the tailed beasts, it would paint their own village. Compared to Konoha and the other major villages, they were smaller. Their country was small, and their power was somewhat insignificant. Shin had no trouble understanding it. Maybe later, when they were stronger, would be a more appropriate time. A possible war. It felt so imminent. A conflict to gather the tailed beasts and employ them in combat. There would be nothing like it. Not merely a conflict over territory or rival clans. A full scale conflict with a large population. Since they would also need to locate the tailed beasts, she found some comfort in the fact that it would be years away. She had previously sensed the Nine Tails' malevolent chakra. It appeared to be entirely malevolent. It had been so far away that she had sensed it, however, it had gone into hiding, like all other tailed beasts, inhibiting its chakra. They were very good at hiding themselves, and it might take years to find one. So, seeing as everything is done, it's been agreed that the Uzumaki will conduct their research in Konoha, Hashirama said. Almost too loudly, but cheerfully, I'll deal with our guests. I'll gladly house them for the time being unless they obtain more permanent residence. He made the otherwise dull conference lively. Everyone, including the daimyo, agreed with the Senju leader that Naruto was somewhat like him. As they departed the designated seating, Madara simply nodded in acknowledgement. She remembered that early in the meeting, he had raised his hand and claimed that he could use his dojutsu to control the tailed beast. He added that Hashirama did the same because he could. It was clear to Mito that Madara held the Senju leader in the highest regard. However, the same could not be said for the other leaders of the clan. Hashirama remained determined to offer a solution to their issue. He clarified that he wasn't certain despite their strength because they had never really put themselves to the test against the tailed beast. Hashirama sounded more humble, while Madara's point sounded loud and haughty. Nevertheless, she was positive that both could defeat a tailed beast. Sealing them inside something, whether it be a person or an object, was the only thing that needed to be considered. Something looked perfect. She came back to the present and watched as everyone left the spacious room. Shin, the two Senju brothers, and herself were the only people in the room. Tobirama and Hashirama both approached their position. Shin remarked, "My age is getting to me." That was quite the discussion. He got out of the chair and stretched lightly. Hashirama answered, "I'm sure you still have the quiet years ahead of you. Mito, it's quite good to see you once more." He grinned. She returned one with a courteous bow. "It's good to see you as well. I'm sure we can get moving as we discuss more important matters. You can be more personal later," Tobirama said. He crossed his arms and gave his brother a faintly sheepish expression. "I'm certain Mito is quite exhausted as I am, seeing as we had to stand." She gave a nod of agreement, but she didn't display her weariness. The dynamics in their relationship are fascinating to observe. It was pleasant to see Hashirama in a more somber and worried state regarding his new home. He was essentially the same person even in a more complex and severe setting. Most of the time, Tobirama seemed to help him get back on track. "Of course. I was the one sitting down. It does get a little tiring, but the safety of the village comes as important too," Hashirama replied. "Let's get going and we'll talk." "So you're telling me that he might be from Konoha?" Shin inquired. As he scratched his beard, he said, "That's pretty interesting." At last, Mito had the opportunity to discuss the blonde in her house. She then went on to explain everything she knew about him, including what had happened when the Yamanaka was rummaging through his thoughts. She had largely shared with him her thoughts on Naruto and what she had learned about the blonde. Yes, he had known a young Hyuga woman, unsealed by the looks of it, she sighed. It was pretty amazing how the Hyuga split up. Primitive, in contrast to their self-presentation. Members that are sealed and unsealed. The main house and the branch house. The only bright spot was that it would significantly reduce the amount of time needed to determine whether Naruto knew one of them. Compared to the branch house, the number of unsealed members was lower. Shin said again. "I have to wonder how he had gotten so far. I still have to meet him before I agree with this." She gave a sympathetic nod. "He could possibly be of some use with our research and he can be at home if Konoha really is." "Really? How can he possibly be of some help?" He became alert and said, "You've seen his kunai. The seal inscribed on them. He's a shinobi, and we don't even know much about him." He nodded, undoubtedly considering Naruto's kunai. She shook her head, asking, "Are you willing to pay for him for place here?" "He has a surprisingly amount of ryo in that wallet of his," she said. "I was also going to speak about him to Hashirama, of his possible origins." He gave in and said, "Well, we'll see. We'll be leaving in 2 days' time to escort our daimyo back to the country. Of course, now that you'll excuse me, I've already accepted an invite to dine with Hashirama," replied Mito. "I'll also have to explain an extra guest." Naruto's only thought was, "Wow, I really suck at this." He observed her move and remove a good piece. He picked up his bowl and slurped the noodles that Emi had given him. He examined the shugi board out of boredom. It was clearly constructed of wood, as evidenced by the variously colored tiles. He had no idea what kind of wood it was, and he didn't really care. That was the extent of his investigative abilities. The only sounds came from the pieces tapping on the board and his sporadic slurping. Snapping infuriatingly. A different piece was quickly destroyed due to his lack of foresight after he made another move. After playing the game a few times, he realized that he had lost interest in it long ago. Emmy remarked, "Mito is much more skilled at this than I am." Consuming a sandwich of some kind. Although she wasn't Mito, she didn't eat in quite the same way. Her personality could be described in the same way. He let out a sigh. Despite his current lack of interest in the game, he truly didn't want to lose. He had so far given in to playing Shugi because he was desperate for more entertainment. It was a little dull and moved too slowly for him. But much better than reading or simply lounging. Well, he was itching for something specific, but he wanted to read. It was strange. If he had anything to say, he was still recalling a few, comparatively small, memories. And where was he retrieving his broken memories? He overheard Mito remark that he might not recall anything more. Sometimes the memories came entirely out of nowhere. Sometimes it slipped into him, and other times it felt natural. He looked up at Emmy, who bore a somewhat concentrated look on her face. She had just turned 18, he discovered. Mito's own birthday was in April. June was the current month. He asked, "How old do you think I am?" motivated by the subject. Curiously, "Why? Do you know?" "Nah," while taking another ramen bite. "Well." Taking a reflective stance. She answered, "You appear to be about my age. Probably a little bit older, a little bit younger than Mito though." "That's really specific, you know, I got my reasons." "Lame answer. HMPH, she said with her arms crossed. He merely glanced at her and said, "I've got none, okay? We're just talking about age," she grumbled. "It's the way I do things. Stop trying to instigate an argument." A moment later, he sighed and scowled. She put on a fake look of hurt and said, "Sorry, it's really boring in here." Her eyes were hopeful, but she asked, "Are you saying I'm dull company?" Her eyes glistened with approval as she said, "No, you're a great friend. Without you, I probably wouldn't have been able to survive for this long." She tapped her chin reflectively. "I wonder what Mito would think." "Well, it's too late for that, I already said it was boring." "Wow, really?" She nodded in agreement. "Some fellows like to suck up to her. I can tell you're a terrible liar too." He shrugged as he slurped the last of the noodles and said, "I can lie, I just really don't see a reason to." He pondered whether that was related to what Mito had previously said. "So you don't want to seem disingenuous?" she inquired. "At least for his opinions, feelings, and other things," he said. "Sure, I mean, why would I lie to someone? I really don't see a reason for it." Okay, what do you think of my hair?" she inquired. He turned his attention to the topic. Though it was much longer and he assumed it reached her waist, her hair was just as red as Mito's. If he touched it, it felt extraordinarily smooth. "It's lovely," he said. Which did he prefer, having long hair or short hair? He seemed to like both of them. She said, "I can believe you." She gazed at the game with her palms resting on her face. Emmy appeared to enter a state of contemplation while continuing to play the game of Shugi they were playing. He started to grow irritated, mainly because they didn't seem to be talking anymore. If only I could leave, he recalled Mito's words. How there was a seal of some kind around the apartment that would catch him. Just out of curiosity, he gave it a try once. In response to Emmy, he, accidentally, fell out the front door. His guards, a group of ninja, surrounded him right away. They knew it was an accident, so they were actually pretty happy about it. They gave off the impression that they were not at all protecting him. Emmy was there to assist him as well. She appeared to be aware of what he had done as well and had been warned never to do it again. He couldn't leave without letting anyone know. "I wish I could just slip right by it, but how?" He grinned at the idea, "If only I could teleport or something. But I can't." A sense of despair descended upon him. Something suddenly occurred to him, which was strange. He blinked several times as he tried to process what had transpired. It was exciting and unexpected. It was incredible, but he had no idea what had just happened. With a broad smile, he got up with excitement, somewhat surprising Emmy in the process. He was barely able to control himself. She questioned, "What's going on?" "I'll be right back," was his hurried response as he hurried to his room. The seal was beckoning to him, and he could feel it. It was a strange sensation. He removed the scroll that held the kunai and the two that were outside of it. He believed that two would suffice, so he chose not to call forth any more. He chose to test it out by moving both kunai into corners on the opposite side of the room. The seals on the kunai were palpable to him. Before he stopped himself, he was ready to do whatever it was. He had a feeling that trying to do both of them might be foolish. Amazingly so. For some reason, he closed his eyes and focused on a single one while taking a deep breath. His concentration improved when he tried to picture the kunai. He did. Whatever it was. He slammed his head against something and felt pain flash across his arm, as if everything had suddenly been turned upside down. He deduced that his was lying on the ground. He opened his eyes to see the ceiling above and exclaimed, "What the hell? Wasn't I?" He asked, shifting slightly. Since he wasn't where he believed he was, he exclaimed, "Holy shit." Emi said, "Naruto, what are you doing?" He noticed the woman standing at the door when he turned to his right. Her voice was worried as she asked, "Why are you on the floor?" "Something really cool." He was so excited that he could barely control himself and only paid attention to her previous question. "I don't think flaying around on the floor is cool." "Not that," he exclaimed with excitement. To protest, he walked over to her. "Look at this." He became confused again. Emi seemed to be upside down and farther away. Her expression was one of obvious shock. Before he hit his head, he managed to catch himself. "Wow," was her only response. "Isn't that cool?" he exclaimed with excitement. He picked up the three-pronged kunai and got back up. "Shinobi or so," she said, looking a little surprised. "How did you that?" He scratched his head and said, "I don't know how to explain it really. Though it was complicated, something involving time and space, it just came easily to him. But this is what makes me do it," he said, referring to the object he was holding. As he traced the markings, he became more specific, saying, "It's the seal." "Huh. With this, I can." He grinned expectantly. "Hey Emi?" He could smile mischievously and ask, "What? I still can't believe I've been helping you escape your confinement. What if we get caught? It almost happened several times now." Naruto inhaled deeply and said, "Calm down, it's been 4 days, they haven't caught on at all." The cramped atmosphere was completely gone, and he felt liberated at last. Thanks by the way. He wore a hat to help conceal his blonde hair so that, from a distance, his appearance wouldn't draw attention right away. However, when used up close, it was absolutely useless. "We would be in so much trouble if we got caught." He attempted to reassure her, saying, "Hey, don't worry, you got that kunai on you, and there's one at Mito's place." When they first began doing this, Emi had been a little nervous. But he could see that she still kind of liked it. When they saw someone they knew, he would teleport back to the apartment. "I guess," he proposed, "but it's fun, right? Don't you get a thrill from it? Almost like ninjas and stuff, going on missions." Then she laughed. "I suppose, I would have thought you actually were a spy if the only thing we didn't do was eat ramen." "Well, it's not my fault you always want to be sure no one checks on us all the time," he grumbled. "It's a precaution." He gave a shrug. Concentrating on the nearby building. In order to get a good view of the buildings surrounding him, they mainly just gazed at inconsequential structures, occasionally visiting random shops to see what they have. "It's a little depressing," he heard Emi say. He put it this way. "Why's that?" They continued to examine each building they came across. Numerous shops selling a wide range of goods were visible. People just carried on with their day, thinking about it. The fresh, unrestricted air was superior to that apartment in every way. Yes, he was free to move around now that the shackles were off. What if you never recover yourself? I mean going around and never knowing who you truly are. Her tone was worried. He gave it some thought, but he wasn't overly concerned. He simply thought this was better, but he had to be honest with himself. For some reason, was that awful? He dismissed her with a gentle remark, "I'm sure I'll remember one day." He hadn't remembered anything since he'd used the kunai. He nodded and said, "You seem pretty sure of yourself, but what if you never do?" He responded, "Well, then I'll just become a new person, right? Besides, this place isn't so bad." "I don't really know how you can say that. What of your friends?" He felt a strange pull, but it vanished when he tried to remember it. "Well, Mito said that I might live in Konoha, they might still be there." "You're not worried about the times you had with them?" she inquired. "You won't remember them at all. All those memories will be lost." As they continued to enjoy the sights of Uzushiogakure, Emi sighed. "Well, I'll just become friends with them again, and I'll just make new memories with them, right? If they're still my friends, I'm sure they won't mind." "I'm not sure whether your optimism is infuriating or uplifting," he answered. "I hope it's encouraging." He might as well eat something since he could feel his stomach growling. "I'm starving, let's eat again." She answered, "At this moment, I don't have any cash on me." "Then I'll pay," Emi inquired inquisitively. "How much money do you even have? You've been paying for your own food for a while now?" He pulled out Gama-chan, which was still stuffed full, saying, "I dunno, but Mito seemed surprised by it though." He gave her the wallet and said, "Check it out." She accepted it. Her eyes grew wide after a few seconds. She was essentially rendered speechless. Wow. The wallet was returned to him, and he looked inside. Although it was largely full, He didn't feel that it was excessive. He simply didn't believe it was excessive. She said humbly, "How can you carry that much?" I don't see what the fuss is about." He didn't know much, so he had to take her word for it when she said, "It's a lot, that's for sure. You can live in an apartment for a while. As long as it's not ramen again." "But I'm the one who's paying," she shot back. "I'm the one who set you free." "All right," he said. He remembered the coat he had in his room after they walked in silence for a while again. "Hey, does Mount Myoboku mean anything to you?" he inquired. "Not really, we should check the library if you want. Does it have to do with anything with your memories?" He thought about it and said, "Yeah, it was written on the back of my cloak that was in my bag." Sure, whatever. He didn't really have anything to do that was important. But only after we eat something though. He looked at the book that was resting on the table in front of him. He looked at Emmy next to him and scratched his head. Following their meal, they proceeded directly to a library. All he could say about the building was that it had a subtle musk smell and looked remarkably ordinary. The old Liberian lady had undoubtedly smelled the same from the old parchment. They had looked at a few books when they had first walked in, primarily related to geography, like the book at the moment. Emmy nagged, "Well, look at it." "Sure," was his straightforward response. It was also rather boring to look for. The geography outside of the 5 great elemental nations was the subject of the book. Because they searched the others and found nothing that would help them find what they were looking for. Flipping the cover, he turned each page. "Boring," he went on to say. Minutes went by, soon becoming monotonous. Even though he was eager to see Mount Myoboku, the necessary action did not make it thrilling. However, it's much better than remaining in the apartment. Emmy exclaimed with excitement, "Wait, there it is." He concentrated on the book page. Emmy's thin hand was pointing at a tiny image that showed a really big mountain with sharp cliffs and spikes. There were a number of smaller mountains that led up to what he thought was Mount Myoboku. It was difficult to tell from the perspective, but it appeared large. She remarked, "Doesn't seem there's a lot about it." Naruto noticed a slight increase in his level of interest. He read the details beneath the image. "It's a big mountain that no one has ever climbed since it was discovered, and even shinobi find it challenging to get to due to its pathways and rocky, jagged cliffs. Since there seemed to be a labyrinth of roads leading up into the mountain, no one has reached its summit. There appeared to be no resources or life along the route to the mountain. Due to a shortage of food or water, many expeditions had to return. It is a mysterious mountain. In the effort to tame it, expeditions vanished and lives were lost. It takes nearly a month to get there, as it is beyond the boundaries of the Land of Wind." As it went on, describing other things, he became disinterested. It was still quite a distance. Since it was published 2 years ago, he searched for the date. He scowled, hoping it was still wild because he wanted to be the first to ascend it. "So did you remember anything at all?" He yawned and said, "Nah, nothing." As he shut the book, he said, "Let's leave now." He did, however, have to question the origin of the name of his coat. Escorting the daimyo back to his city seemed very tiresome to Mito. At last, however, she was back. Eager to meet the person in her apartment, she walked with her grandfather. After being swiftly checked in, they entered through the big gates. 2 weeks had passed since she had last visited her new home village, and it was currently midday. Being confined to her apartment at the time, she felt sorry for him. Even so, there was no need to insult her about her subpar apartment. In light of this, she made the decision to employ her senses. She located her apartment quickly and discovered a number of shinobi nearby, but not him. Her temper flared. He's not the type to comply with orders, is he? She maintained her composure so as not to startle the person she was walking next to, her grandfather. Nevertheless, given that the designated shinobi were still obsessed with her apartment, he was obviously not incarcerated. Even though she was furious, it was pretty amazing that he had managed to get away, considering there were only 3 points of escape. Moreover, a seal that warns of trespassing is placed around the apartment, excluding the front door. The possibilities of how that could have happened raced through her mind. I hope there was no long-term harm. Prior to her being able to make a decision, how could she have forgotten about his kunai? She found him quickly, close to the village's edge. She inhaled deeply. She tried to reassure herself that meeting him in this manner would give her grandfather a bad first impression. "Emmy, are you accountable as well?" Given that the jutsu's foundation was time and space. Unless the thing was thrown somewhere, but it seemed more likely that Emmy had assisted him. Fortunately, Shin said goodbye for the time being, since it would at least give him time to prepare for his meeting with the clan leader. She was grateful for that since it would allow her enough time to reach Naruto's location. Beside him, Emmy was almost drowning in his presence. Given that Shin lived closer and Naruto was essentially on the other side of the village, she moved quickly through the town. She decided not to take any chances and quickly crossed the distance by flying to the rooftops. Here, she was attempting to assist him in finding his house, but he might stop that himself. Mito held back a second sigh. At least 100 meters was the extent of her passive, constantly active senses. She could manage that distance to go at least 30 kilometers farther. At least some focus was needed for that. She was able to locate targets precisely when she actively controlled it. Once again, she used her senses to locate the precise spot. The warmth of his chakra was so intense that she nearly blushed. It was obvious that he was different from the others. His positivity seemed to dwarf that of the others. Fluttering away was some of her suppressed annoyance and anger. She hadn't felt his chakra in a long time. In comparison to what she remembered, memory appeared somewhat pale. She quickly adapted to his chakra while he was still unconscious, suggesting that time had an impact on that. Given that the majority appeared clouded and fairly normal, his was undoubtedly brighter than the others. Like Naruto's, Madara's and Hashirama's were very obvious. Hashirama felt satisfied with her own chakra. Could it be that Naruto was affecting her mood in some way? In fact, she was quite happy with her life, not that she wasn't depressed. Her sister was out of harm's way, living a normal life. There was no longer any danger in Mito's own life. There were only peaceful days and no concern for what might happen the following week. The life of a typical shinobi wasn't like that before, and it didn't seem like it would last forever. She chose to ignore that and simply savor the peace while it persisted, whether or not it lasted for years. His happy chakra was detected. She felt a little better and a little more optimistic as a result. The adjectives, bright and warmth, were both pleasant. She was still a little angry with him, but not as much. Resuming. Imbecile. Well, that seemed like the right word right now. Most of the time, he lacked tact. His language was crude and impolite. However, he spoke with unusual full-heartedness and honesty. To be brutally honest, he was almost like a child in that way. In contrast to the shinobi world, it was almost refreshing. He was definitely a ninja. If it was him, it was a little enigmatic how he kept himself that way. If he suddenly remembered who he was, what would happen? Would he no longer be the person he once was? There were a lot of questions she could ask herself about him. Similar to the shadow clone jutsu he discovered in his memories. It was the jutsu of Tobirama. Only the Senju clan was aware of it up to this point, so it wasn't exactly common. Who is he? He might have been an apprentice to Tobirama, but she required tangible outcomes, which would be resolved by taking him to Konoha. According to the Yamanaka, there was nothing completely revealing about his past. It seemed as though those memories had been stolen, and there was no way to get them back. Were they taken? Did he simply lose them? When she realized she was close to them, she leapt to the ground below. He was walking alongside her sister, his back to her. He wore a hat, which was probably a pathetic attempt to hide his identity, blending with the landscape. Even if he managed to escape his guards, she couldn't make a scene. She flickered in front of him while executing the Shunshin Jutsu. At her abrupt entrance, both men halted. Emi's face twisted in horror a moment later, but Naruto's expression remained expressionless. He gave a few blinks. He said, "Oh." She assumed that he was shocked because his eyes were widening. He laughed uneasily. "Well, I don't think saying how badass you look in that gear is going to help, huh?" Disregarding the remark, Mito inhaled deeply and calmly, speaking quietly enough to make it appear as though they were conversing informally in the middle of the road. Body language indicated otherwise. "I assume you escaped out with the kunai, and with the help of Emi?" she inquired. Yeah?" Emi gave him a light slap for telling on her, clearly unnecessary. Mito let out a frustrated sigh. With harshness, she inquired, "Did anyone see you?" He shook his head, but he writhed away from her stare. After quickly reaching into her pocket and asking, "Where's the kunai?" Emi was given the three-pronged tool and took a moment to examine it. Naruto came over. A firm hand was placed on her shoulder and said, "Look, I'll show you." A strange wave of confusion washed over her. The background rapidly shifts from a bright exterior to a closed, dark area. She was startled by the sensation of the ground vanishing beneath her feet, only to regain firm footing. She managed to straighten herself after almost tripping. She blinked, trying to make sense of the strange feeling. Her eyes adapted to the new illumination. "Isn't that awesome?" exclaimed Naruto. "Never do that again without warning me," she said, looking around and identifying the room as Naruto's lodging. "I thought telling you was enough." She scowled at him, ignoring that statement. He is still upset that he put himself in danger of being apprehended during his escape. Again, he was clearly nervous. "You betrayed my trust, Naruto." He went on to rant a bit more, saying, I'm not sorry, but I'm not sorry. Being stuck here was the worst. He shrugged and said, you're not one to follow rules, are you? Though she didn't think she had much time. Mito shook her head in shock. My grandfather is coming over soon to personally see you, so teleport me outside so I can return normally without arousing suspicion. He just gazed at the kunai he was holding. He laughed a moment later. Ops. We just left Emmy too. She was able to persuade the guarding shinobi that it was indeed her, even though it was totally unnecessary thanks to the blonde in her apartment. Ironically, she gave the excuse that she was testing a new seal that could teleport. As a precaution, she had also disclosed some personal information about the guards that she was aware of. Luckily, they had taken her lie at face value. After completing their assignment, they left her apartment because it was finished. The small squad's lack of sensory shinobi was just plain luck. She then changed into more comfortable clothes after taking off her shinobi gear. Although Mito was still annoyed by Naruto, an argument wasn't exactly in order at this moment. She wanted to unwind for a bit because she was a little tired from the day's travel. Right now a trip to the hot springs seemed very tempting. However, Shin wanted to meet Naruto first. She was sitting in her living room on the love seat. Minutes away, she sensed Shin's chakra coming closer. A little sheepish from his previous behavior, Naruto sat across from her. He said, I'll make it up to you. At the moment, Mito had no desire to start a fight. His dedication to his words was evident in his expression. So she believed him when he said that. Naruto nodded in comprehension as he said, let me just explain what will be happening now. You can refuse or you can accept. She went on to describe how long-term mission might require her to live in Konoha. However, like all the other people who would be conducting research with her, she would be able to switch up her duties for that in order to take some time off the mission. I've explained to the Senju clan leader of your predicament. He was glad to have someone potentially lost return to their village. She said. It's your choice whether or not you desire to accept his invitation. A casual, yeah, sure I'll come, was his response. Okay. We leave in another week. We'll be traveling by foot along with other shinobi. Within that time frame, I'll help foresee your skills as a shinobi. With excitement, he said, so we'll be training? She nodded, and he let out a little cheer. With a brilliant smile, Naruto said, it's great that you're back. She was compelled to reciprocate the gesture in recognition of his sincere relief and joy. He did display his feelings for everyone to see, as plain as day. Seated on the love seat, Naruto scratched his bewildered head. However, he smiled to deter the woman on the other side from posing any queries. Feelings had surfaced since her return. He was experiencing some strange, somewhat contradictory feelings. She was unaware of Mito's slight anger, judging by his relieved expression. Either he wasn't so transparent, or she was awful at judging people, he surmised. He liked to think it was all of them, but perhaps it was something to do with her fatigue. He wasn't particularly worried about that. Hell, he should be more furious, that's what he wanted. Being detained and having his mind searched without his permission, even though he most likely would have granted them permission to do so because he was curious about his identity. He recognized that in himself, and it perplexed him a little. However, that was not his feeling of abundance. Wasn't it relief? Confident? What's the word? He simply thought it wasn't that significant. Whether it was tediously tedious or not, everything that had happened to him in the last month simply seemed better. What the devil? Yes, that certainly was a strange idea. Better than what? He only got a blank memory and another retarded thing to cope with. Damn it, he needed answers now. Troublesome. Murmured Naruto. He could only complain about how well that word described his situation. Asking, pardon? Mito said. He asked about something else he was interested in, not wanting to share those thoughts. So when's the old fart going to come around? Her expression was one of confusion. That's my grandfather you're referring to, was the firm reply. I didn't mean it in a bad way. I mean I finally get to meet the guy. You know, you always talk about him. He did help raise you and your sister, right? He seems pretty cool and stuff. Mito appeared quiet and clearly sleepy. She just sighed. He did, but if you say so, I hope you don't refer to him that way, but he should be here in a minute or so. He grinned. His earlier frustration did not appear to have returned. Damn it, get more enraged, but it was too late. He could sense that he was just accepting it. He raised a brow at Mito and sighed. So what else could you tell me about the Uzumaki clan? He asked, hoping to kill time and fill the awkward silence surrounding the topic. He thought the noise made everything better. Anything specific? Naruto said, I dunno, it's not like I remember anything. All right, he said, nodding, perhaps I should generalize about the way of life before the village. He asked her to go on. I suppose it can be said of other clans as well, but I can't be certain. If he knew anything, it was that she enjoyed having knowledge. Given his lack of knowledge, she could likely brag, but she didn't convey that impression. Because of his amnesia, he was an ideal subject. Hopefully. Before he could ask why, she clarified, our people were semi-nomadic, never staying in a region for too long. We were not the largest clan nor the most powerful, so we couldn't stay in one area for too long, lest we be discovered and destroyed. Our clan is knowledgeable with seals, however, so we're fairly confident that our location could be kept secret for the time being. He felt that he shouldn't have brought up that subject because she continued to ramble on. He did enjoy talking occasionally, but it wasn't because it wasn't a little interesting. He liked the way she spoke, firm, with well-chosen words, quiet but just loud enough, but he would have stopped her. There was definitely something strange about his head. He didn't know what she had said last, but it seemed like she had to have finished speaking. He therefore adopted a different strategy. He might as well make fun of her a little, until her grandfather arrived. So what's up with Emmy? Is she not a ninja? I mean, how did that happen? She paused, probably trying to think of something to say in response. She posed the rhetorical question, how do we think we grow? People are married into the clan. We are most often staying near a town to easily replenish supplies or to guard them. My own father himself was married into the clan. Not all aged civilians could be trained, however, or as effectively, but we did need professions to sustain ourselves better, rather than rely exclusively on the income of missions from feudal lords. Some clans did dissolve with lack of forethought when they couldn't sustain themselves at rough times. He received some information about her family, but it wasn't really what he asked. Fortunately, she then responded to his query. She gave a sorrowful smile. As with the situation with Emmy, she was often plagued with sickness in her youth. Highly unusual, especially with one of Uzumaki descent. Her tone was warmer. I helped care for her when our parents were gone, along with my grandfather. Despite being 2 years apart, Emmy's height may have been aided by the fact that she was significantly shorter than her older sister. He smiled broadly. You really care for her, don't you? I think you did a pretty great job. Man, I wonder if I have any siblings. I think I would be the coolest brother ever. Even though it was a slight smile, it was more sincere this time. In his view, it was unquestionably better. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Mito hurried to answer it. An abrasive elderly man entered. His serious face and aged appearance conveyed a sense of urgency. But his eyes seemed to convey a slightly different message. Naruto also mentioned that he had a nice beard and that he was younger than he had first believed. Mito followed the elderly man as he approached him. He held his hand between them as they shook hands. My name is Shin Uzumaki, grandfather of Mito right here. It's nice to finally meet you. With haste, Naruto got to his feet and took the rough man's hand. He grinned wryly at Mito's sharp intake of breath and asked, What's up, old man? She gave him a kunai glare as her eyes widened in surprise. Shin's face remained unchanged, but he could see the almost concealed amusement in his surprisingly animated eyes as he said, Name's Naruto. I would tell you more, but I don't really have a damn idea of anything else other than that. Worried about her grandfather's reaction, Naruto was also aware of Mito's amusing reaction. However, it didn't worry him. Shin laughed a good laugh. I suppose we can be casual, it's a good thing too. I'm weary of all the formalities in the past few weeks. Naruto grinned. Shin laughed and nodded in agreement, saying, Okay, that's great. That's too much work for me too. I probably wouldn't do it even if I were forced to. Apparently taken aback, Mito shook her head and took a seat with Shin on the couch across from him. At least until Shin left the room, he didn't appear to be in any trouble right now. He began, I just wanted to formally apologize. What for? Inquired Naruto. That person didn't follow through on my specific orders. He's a person who wished to protect his village, the elderly gentleman chuckled. I probably should have written down the exact orders for Mito to receive, but I wanted to strengthen our clan's ties. Oh, that's all right really. Trust is important, right? He nodded in agreement. It's a bit different than from what I'm used to, multiple clans under my care. We were never in a position when we had to attack each other before the villages formed. So we're just on shaky terms. Well, I think you will do pretty well. I mean, you're old, so you should know stuff, right? Replied Naruto. Mito gave that a somewhat agreeable look, but she probably would have used more needlessly complex language in her statement. Mito observed the conversation between Naruto and her grandfather. They talked about a variety of irrelevant topics, including food, stories, and his situation. It appeared to be informal, and she took part in it to some extent. Her grandfather said, yes, before I forget, may I see you perform the seal on that kunai? Sure, said Naruto. It was quite a sight to witness when he magnificently vanished, as revealed by a blink. He was close by, in his room, according to her senses. Shin appeared impressed, saying, That sure is. He was caught after exchanging a specific glance. She maintained her composure. His grandfather seemed to recall something she had overlooked. He simply shrugged and played with his beard, saying, "There's something about him. I had a sensory type track him with specific orders, but he reported nothing that would endanger us." He added, "He was given responsibility for the village for a reason. A backup plan in case the first one doesn't work." She began to ask, "Are you?" But Shin just shook his head. Before anything more could be said, Naruto waltzed back in. Mito looked closely at her grandfather, who appeared surprisingly at ease, even when a stranger is around. This also applied to her sister, though it was more important. Therefore, she could only assume that Naruto was safe. With the tri-pronged kunai in his hand, Naruto took a seat across from them once more. He smirked as he observed the expressions her grandfather gave him. It was understandable that he could easily get past the apartment's seal from her as well. Clearly Emi had been helpful. Everyone turned to face Emi when she burst through the unlocked door. Naruto, I can't believe you just left me out there. I had to walk all the way over here alone." Naruto apologized, massaging the back of his neck. "Oh sorry, I'm not sure what to say, I just forgot." Even if Naruto hadn't hurriedly revealed his technique, Emi would have blown his cover wide open, so Mito could only laugh. Her grandfather looked around the room, examining the others with a puzzled look. It was still too early for the blonde sitting across from her to catch on. With her hands firmly on her hips, she answered, "Huh?" When she saw their grandfather, her eyes widened, but she immediately covered herself. "Oh hey sis, grandpa, finally nice to see you all back." Distracted for a moment, Shin and the others greeted each other warmly. She hinted, "It's okay, Emi," which she soon realized. She felt at ease right away after realizing that her Shin writing didn't appear to be unhappy in any way. Emi turned back to Naruto after nodding. She turned to the blonde, expecting him to say something. "Did you forget about me because Mito came back?" she asked. "Yeah," he said plainly and honestly. That response caught her off guard. To be honest, she was. His words, "She scared the hell out of me," went on. He held up the kunai and said, I had no idea what to do, so I tried to distract her with this thing." She pulled herself together as fast as she could. As her sister laughed and sat down next to the blonde, she chose to ignore him. She let out a loud sigh and said, "It is fun teleporting around like that, especially if you do it fast." "So what was going on?" Mito paused to give a brief overview of the situation. Shin cleared his throat. "Naruto, I was going to ask how it worked. You didn't seem to perform any hand seals when you did it." The man with the whiskers stared blankly. "Huh, what the hell are seals with hands?" Mito laughed and started to push in. He seems to be able to do it without understanding some of the basics. Shin said, "That's interesting." It took a moment for him to respond. "Tell me, what can you tell me of it? Perhaps we can deduce the origins." "Well, all I know that it involves time and space, but I don't know how or why. I have to concentrate on one of them, because I think something bad will happen otherwise. You also have to visualize and position yourself where you land on your ass." He sighed and continued. "I can bring someone else with me too, so I can do that stuff for them. I wonder how big I can bring something with me or how far. I'm not sure any of that would actually help. I don't think I know anything else honestly." Mito went on to say, "Naruto is also proficient in the shadow clone jutsu." "I do?" he asked. "What's that? It sounds pretty cool." Shin thought, one of the jutsu from Tobirama Senju. Mito promptly identified himself to Naruto as Hashirama's brother. Naruto and Emi started talking a bit more, and Shin pondered for a few moments. In the right hands and with the right application, that technique could undoubtedly become very effective. As long as they are not physical barriers, anyone could easily get around any obstacles that may have been put in place. "Well," Shin began, and the others began to pay attention. Her grandfather straightened his poster, became serious, and spoke in a more authoritative tone. "Naruto, if it turns out that you are not from Konohagakure, then I extend an offer for you to join our village and clan." That was not what she had anticipated. He had clearly given his approval for him to travel to Konoha. She turned to face Naruto and noticed her astonished sister staring at him as she should have. In reality, he was calm and not as joyful as she had assumed. Perhaps he was unaware of the significance or importance. Naruto merely said, "So I would be an Uzumaki then?" "Yes, you would be, if you chose so." Naruto sighed and leaned back, saying, He had the appearance of a chakra. However, there were numerous indications that he was a native of Konohagakure. His jacket might have been worn by someone who vanished from the clan and joined the Senju clan. To keep in mind where they came from, so when they arrived in Konoha, someone should recognize him. It ought to be that easy. Shin got off the couch and walked to the door. Well, I suppose it's my time to say goodbye for now, Mito. You and the others will be leaving in a week's time, along with Naruto of course. Naruto joined in. Later old guy. Shin laughed and walked out of the building, joining in on the farewell with them, much louder than necessary. Mito said, it's unbelievable that you continued to refer to him in that way. Well, he's old. It's true, Emi concurred. Mito gave her sister a look. Don't encourage him. Naruto got up with a brisk gait. The conversation was effectively cut off with the words, ah well, whatever. Who wants to get some ramen? Regardless of what was for supper, she got up. She had to take it easy and assist Naruto with his training today. He did execute a jutsu that appeared difficult to learn, so she assumed it wouldn't take long. Holy shit, it's hot, exclaimed Naruto. He then proceeded to strip in front of her with unexpected speed. He had already discarded most of his clothing before she could react appropriately or turn away, and he used a chakra-induced leap to launch a cannonball into the lake water. She sighed as she wiped the perspiration from her forehead and made her way to the shore. She didn't have any clothes to change into, but she could cool off by submerging her feet in the water. She removed her sandals and socks, then dipped her feet in the water. It felt good to cool off in the water because it was definitely hotter today than she had anticipated. The birds in the trees were singing loudly. The sun was so bright that the water gleamed brilliantly. The day has been pleasant thus far. There was some dry sand before the higher patch of land, but it wasn't really a beach. She sat down on a nearby rock that was half submerged. If they hadn't been training, it probably would have been ideal. For a couple of minutes, Naruto remained somewhere beneath the surface. A moment later, he came out for air. That's much better, he sighed with satisfaction. They both cooled off while he swam leisurely for a while. In the interim, they are engaging in some small talk during their break. Her thoughts were erratic and she rarely focused on one thing at a time. She recalled discussing the reason behind her grandfather's offer for Naruto to join the village with him. He merely clarified that it was his last-minute choice, but that it was because she trusted him. Additionally, he appeared to have no malicious intent. When she shared her observations, he added, "You're comfortable with him too." She was aware of that. She surveyed the calm environment. Mito had specifically come here to visit a small freshwater lake with a sparse clearing nearby. It worked well for training. Near the village, there were some recently constructed training grounds, but they were only for the aspiring young ninja. Until others were made, that is. The lake was used for walking in the water. Unexpectedly, he struggled with the tree walking technique and needed a full day to finish. Nevertheless, he continued without stopping. She might have been overconfident that he was naturally good at everything. How is a basic exercise difficult for someone like Naruto, who can execute a sophisticated sealing technique? Sometimes she couldn't identify him. If their earlier easy spars were any guide, he lacked any combat talent, and the water walking technique was a bit more challenging than the first one. At first, she had begun with the most sophisticated methods. However, it was unsuccessful in determining whether he recalled any of his training. Since he was more proficient in some mechanics, they had to start at the bottom tier. At least she wasn't teaching a civilian. Despite having amnesia, he was still a ninja. He might be a potential liability in the unlikely event that battles broke out if she didn't train him in combat. Although it wasn't a huge issue, it would undoubtedly cause an all-shinobi group extra trouble. Additionally, Hashirama would not be pleased when she went to the extent of asking him to house someone who might not be useful and couldn't assist with their research. She concluded that it was time to start Naruto's training again after a few minutes. She yelled, "Naruto," observing that he was still swimming. "What's up?" he asked, his eyes almost hidden by his water-soaked bangs. He quickly returned to the shore and emerged from the water, saying, "Come back to the shore, I want to show you something, no need to put on your clothes." He was clearly slender, as a shinobi ought to be, at the very least. She looked away, now aware of his appearance. Fortunately, he didn't notice her brief glance. Expectantly, he stood there with gleaming interest. She directed her chakra to her feet as she stood up from the water. She said, "This is the next exercise you'll be accomplishing." She stepped out into the water, causing ripples as she went, keeping him at a comfortable distance. Mito's face was filled with awe once more when she turned around. Before she could explain, he was getting ready to walk and fell into the shallow water. "Okay, I'm totally gonna learn that. That's cool," he said. He splashed around, then came up again. She told him, "At least let me explain." As he left, he said, "All right, go ahead." His face lit up with anticipation and unexpected resolve. Before he tried again, she gave him a brief explanation of the mechanics. Channel chakra to your feet like the tree walking exercise, but this time it needs to be continuously flowing and constantly adjust with the water. She noticed something particularly intriguing and drew closer to him as his eyes closed in concentration as he concentrated on gathering his chakra. Unaware of the increasing number of steps she took to improve her situation. He was rapidly revealing a seal on his abdomen, black as ink. Although it was fully formed, it appeared to be broken and cracked. A few lines were positioned incorrectly, not matching the resulting circle. The odd seal appeared to be missing a component. Instead of 8 confused little blobs, there were 6. It was entirely blackened in the center. Fascinated by the seemingly broken seal, she leaned slightly to examine it. "I've never seen anything like it." And she flinched at a sudden scream. With a "Gah!" Naruto collapsed. She was just about to stoop to look, alerting her to her proximity. She disregarded the fact that her actions might be interpreted as embarrassing. He spoke incoherently, and she wasn't particularly interested in listening to what he had to say. He got to his feet quickly. "What the hell were you doing? You scared the hell out of me." "There was a seal on your stomach," he said with a suspicious, incredulous look. As he peered down, he said, "There's nothing there, are you?" She cut me off. "Just channel chakra and look once again." A strange expression appeared on his face as he hesitated. She couldn't read it. She made a beseeching motion with her hands to carry on with her recommendation. Despite his furrowed brow, he followed her instructions. He glanced down again as he channeled chakra. His face twisted in astonishment. "Oh cool, what is it?" "I don't know, but it's a seal," was pretty much all she has to say. With his hand on the back of his head, he lets out an exasperated sigh. "Damn, I'm really tired of that, it's like." As he stopped, the seal on his stomach vanished. It was a pleasant opportunity to try and determine the properties of another seal that she was unfamiliar with. "I can probably check to see what it may be." "Yeah, sure," he said, focusing to create chakra. Before she stopped, she took a few steps toward him. She said, "Perhaps you should lay down to get comfortable. It might take some time to examine." Yeah. Right," he said, shifting around to find a comfortable position on the sand. He sorted to channel chakra again as she sat cross-legged next to him. He could see the seal on his stomach. He remarked, "Well, this is a little weird." Disregarding him, she tried to determine what the seal had actually done. Since it was damaged, she had already concluded that she might not find much. She would see some results from her small sealing techniques. She performed them for a while before seeing it vanish from her sight. Mito glanced at his face, a snore slipping out of his throat. "It's only been 15 minutes, she said, shaking him awake with a sigh. Naruto questioned sleepily, What happened? "You fell asleep." The seal reappeared, saying, "Oh. Well, hurry up." She kept working even though she assumed she wouldn't be shocked if he dozed off again. Since she didn't have an extra piece of parchment close by, she tried to redo the seal on his stomach in the sand as she continued working on her seals. She attempted to replicate what it might have looked like, but it took some time. It lacked the strength of whatever it might have been. Only the outline. After finishing, she meticulously reviewed her work. Although she felt that was all she could do, she was unable to dissect it completely and determine the full scope of its properties. Mito had learned that the jutsu on his abdomen was intended to seal something in. Not like a thing, or anything similar. That wouldn't call for a big or intricate seal. For something alive. Whatever it was had escaped, even though it was broken. That might have contributed to his memory loss. However, it was a weak and small theory that was unsupportable. Other theories were stronger. That kind of thing had only been made by Kumo, at least that was what had been heard. Does he hail from Kumo? It didn't make much sense after giving it some more thought. Konoha appeared much more plausible. He dozed off once more, but this time it lasted longer. There was nothing more that could be done because she was finished. However, it might have left behind remnants. She began searching the area around the seal, grateful for her senses. She narrowed her focus further, searching for anything unfamiliar. Finding something distinctive should have been simpler, but she discovered that her assumption was incorrect. It took her multiple searches before she could even find a hint of it. Something tiny, almost inconsequential, was there. Because Naruto's chakra was drowning it out with its power, it was hard to identify what it was. She couldn't tell, but it was probably chakra from something or someone. The statement, "something up, because, I've been laying down for forever now," startled her a little. She answered, "I'm finished." When he eventually sat up, he shrugged off some of the sand that was sticking to him and said, "You look and sound disappointed. I guess it didn't really lead anywhere, or much?" "It did not, It'll probably become clear when I recover who I am or meet someone, or maybe I'll never remember and it'll forever remain an unsolvable riddle or something like that." She responded, "What's the point of a riddle if it can't be solved? there would be some unbearable loose ends if the answers could not be found. The fact that his memories were seemingly non-existent was already devastating. But he was still remembering things, so he might remember something significant. I hope I never remember, just to spite you. Mito scolded the blonde across from her, saying, you can't keep flinching and continuing to run away. You won't be able to defend yourself with such lackluster taijutsu skills. Naruto complained, you keep kicking my ass, which is why I'm fleeing, wiping a punch mark off his cheek. She rubbed her temple to calm herself. Your form is all over the place, either too stiff or too sloppy, there's not enough power most of the time. I'm not a taijutsu specialist, but you're performing below expectations. They weren't as focused as they were now, but they hadn't made much progress since then. They were scheduled to depart Uzushiogakure in 2 days. He remained as awful as when they first started. We've trying to do that same thing, over and over again, maybe it's time we try another approach. He offered. I'm just as frustrated as you know? Oh really, what do you think that we should just do then? She inquired. He gave a shrug. I dunno, helpful. Well, he was silent for a while, thinking about what to say. Maybe you can bring someone else to teach. Mito asked sharply, are you saying I'm an atrocious teacher? As Mito attempted to soothe her, he scratched his head and said, what? Where did you get that from? I didn't say anything like that. I'm just saying that we should trying something different, other than doing the same few stuff with small differences. I mean it's not working, is it? I suppose so. They both said, falling silent as they attempted to come up with ideas. She was exhausted by the end of the day, but she had to admit that Naruto kept going. And he was doing more than she was. Being among the best kunoichi in the village made her feel proud. In general, as well as the male population. How he was in his natural state was a mystery to Mito. I got it. Emi once said to me that I should just let things come naturally to me, so maybe we should do that, suggested Naruto. And how are we supposed to go about that if we've been trying that from the beginning? She responded, shaking her head. No, you've been telling me what to do and what was wrong. Just let me be and figure it out. She might as well make fun of him even though it didn't seem like it would work. She wasn't going to put all her hopes on it, but who knew? It might work. She prepared her position. Well then, let's try, shall we? But he continued to stand there with a hand under his chin in a contemplative position. Wait, how about you go all out too? Don't give me any time to think and stuff. Are you certain? Yeah, you already have been beating me for days now, and besides it's different now. It'll just hurt a little bit more, Naruto said. She considered it. Don't give him time to think or react. Merely following your gut. Did she allow him too much time to reflect? Was she being too forgiving? Allowing him to think for a bit too long, to the point of self-doubt? Maybe she's not pushing him hard enough and is being a bit too gentle with him. If there were any real results, she would need to attack while he was unprepared, and at full speed, too. She replied, I understand what you're trying to convey. The point would be lost if she let herself be taken by surprise. As a result, she prepared her next moves against him in her mind. Alright, just give me a moment to. She used jutsu, which is a body flicker technique for quicker, more rapid movements. He was clearly surprised when she appeared next to him. She showed him no mercy or even a little patience. She delivered a roundhouse kick to his torso, faster than she had when they sparred. He managed to catch it, something he had previously failed to do. As fast as she could, she kept launching a flurry of kicks and punches. His eyes gleamed as his face shifted to one of concentration. Instead of his clumsy and pathetic movements, they flowed to each other flawlessly. He easily caught the punch she threw and tried to grab it with his other hand. He failed to use his free hand to restrain her before she broke free. She leapt back and threw blunted shuriken in his direction. To deflect them, he drew one of his kunai. She blinked as the tools she threw were about to hit her target, landing swiftly. Something cold pressed against her neck at that precise moment. Her vision was filled with yellow and orange. She had seen Naruto standing in front of her, holding his kunai. He would have won if this had been a death match. Quiet. He lowered his arm to his side and asked, did I just win? It seems so, and your idea actually worked, she said, almost grudgingly acknowledging her hard work. His reaction, which wasn't much, was, cool. When it came to his own accomplishments, he might have been modest. At first, she had thought he would jump around with excitement and scream in triumph. It was gentle, such as when he could walk on water, trees, and other surfaces. She searched for something solid that he had slipped on her and said, so how were able to appear before me? I thought your jumps were limited to those seals. He shrugged and said, yeah, there's one on you. Mito blinked multiple times. She was not wearing a kunai. When did he? It took her a moment to realize that she had been grabbed weakly before. examining her wrist, she discovered a seal that resembled the one on his unique kunai. He saw it. "Oh cool, I could do that too?" Extending her wrist to him and asking, "Can you take it off?" He took a few moments to examine it. "Yeah," he said. He rubbed his neck again and laughed, saying, "I have no idea." "Try it." She felt a little uneasy around the seal. He could show up anywhere, and she could be easily located. "Well," he said sincerely, "I'll try." He put a palm on her seal while maintaining a nice, firm grip on her wrist, withdrawing it, only to discover that it remained. He tried this dozens of times, but each time he failed. "Never mind," she said, pulling her wrist away from his seductive hold. With an apologetic smirk, he answered, "I honestly don't know, Mito." "It's okay, I'll just take it off myself later on," she replied. "It's getting late, perhaps we should go back now." Naruto swiftly dipped into the hot springs after carefully removing the towel around his waist. A week or so had passed. Their departure was scheduled for tomorrow. Breathing calmly, he felt the hot moisture enter his lungs. His slightly sore muscles from the training he had done were soothed by the hot springs' almost scorching water. Greeting the few other men in the hot springs, he seemed uninterested in continuing the conversation. He simply made the decision to try to unwind for a while and moved to a nearby corner. Those weeks of being cooped up in the apartment did nothing to ease the restlessness he still experienced, particularly when he was by himself. He attempted to speak with the closest man, but it appeared that he was done and hurried out of the water. Wonderful. No one to talk to. He was a little frustrated, if he had to be honest with himself. Since coming here, he had been feeling a steady buildup of hot pressure in his head, and Mito's return didn't help either. The rationale was that he was totally lost. He needed to do something, but the biggest issue was that he didn't know what it was or what to do. He lacked a clear direction. He could probably overlook all of that if he didn't have that ominous feeling. However, it refused to go away. It was obvious that he had no identity and nothing familiar to work on. Just ambiguity, jumbled and obscured by mist. He detested such things, for heaven's sake. He wasn't even certain that Naruto was his own name. All he had to work with was that name and the equipment he seemed to have. It seemed that no one had ever visited Mount Myoboku, and then there was Konohagakure, which made him feel nothing familiar. He wasn't sure he wanted to burden Mito and Emi any more than he had to, but maybe he could tell them about his fears. It was his problem to solve, after all. He didn't always feel satisfied by the training, but it was a pleasant diversion, even if, for some reason, it was excruciatingly difficult. He always felt that he should have been able to perform an exercise like the tree walking exercise. Those seemingly insignificant accomplishments did not give him a sense of accomplishment. In the water, he complained while bubbles poured out. He surveyed his surroundings, which were modest due to their small size. However, it was fairly bare in terms of the number of customers. In an attempt, and failure, to calm himself, Naruto let out a yawn and leaned back a little. Somewhere on the opposite side of the wall was Mito. A little thought came to him. Then he heard that humming tune she had sung several times before, and he realized she was clearly nude. This caught his attention right away because he knew it was Mito on the other side and that Emi should have been there. But he had no interest in the song. Naruto stopped, abruptly conscious of his thoughts. The majority of the men he saw sitting away from the wall. Am I a pervert? What the hell? No, I deny it. He had nothing to do with it. Now he had that slip again, that nagging sensation. Yes, it was someone else who had those twisted thoughts. Or had that feeling been entirely normal? After that, she had a seal on her wrist. Like a devoted dog, he sensed it calling and beckoning to him. However, it resembled a vengeful guard dog more. Keyed to him, she had said, and she couldn't remove it. Additionally, do not apply any counter seals to undo the effects. Not without any unintended consequences, anyway. He was therefore trusted not to abuse it. Hearing Mito's voice, I said, Naruto, I should let you know that you should consider my grandfather's words when you two met. At first, he had assumed it was all in his head, but then other things were mentioned. He gulped loudly. She completely forgot that she was a sensory person and would constantly sense his presence. Sure, he assumed that was fortunate since disappointment was a clear indication that he was a pervert. Putting those ideas aside, Mito at least had a positive opinion of him and believed that he wasn't that type of person. The absence of charges was encouraging. He thought back to Emi's limited contributions regarding her elder sister. Her sister also explained to him that she was a bit arrogant. At least he knew that. Because she ate correctly or spoke in such a civilized manner, she always felt superior. Everything was fine as long as the food got into his stomach or the meaning was understood. He thought it was perfection, better than mediocre. It wasn't intended to be so needlessly intricate. It didn't really matter to him that he hadn't expressed his opinion yet. He didn't mind that it might have been who she was. Please, too. It was pleasant to knock her down occasionally, but it was a little patronizing. Her responses were also hilarious. He knew, at least in part, that she was being ordered to assist him. If he knew now, he wouldn't. Since his life was inconsequential in comparison to the village as a whole, he tried his best to comprehend the rationale behind protecting it. They might be in danger from him. He was not the center of the world, and he was not the only one who could alter it. He had a feeling it was related to his earlier thoughts, but another feeling arose and then vanished again. He already had a number of those, so he ignored it. He had already discussed it with Emmy, letting things unfold organically rather than pressuring them. Hey Mito. It felt a little strange to speak in this way. He preferred to speak with someone in person. Yes. What might have happened if I were to have popped up anywhere else? Like in another village? He inquired. It took her a moment to respond. Other than Konohagakure, this is just conjecture on my part. To put it bluntly, you might have been killed. He recoiled slightly. If his sparring matches were any guide, he would have been helpless. Expressing gratitude to whatever force or circumstance brought him close to Uzushiogakure. It is unlikely that he would have received the same offer as the elderly man. So why are the two villages so special? She spoke without emotion, but a moment later she reverted to her original tone. There are many clans that joined the different villages. Not all of them are quite as forgiving as a Uzumaki, although that has caused some grief as well. She said. The Senju would likely have done the same as us. Hashirama Senju, their clan leader, is quite a generous person. Huh, I should meet this guy. I have a feeling he's someone I would like, replied he. Along with others that are coming with us, we are staying at his compound. I have told you that before. There was a prolonged period of silence before he could say, right. I wasn't really listening because you kept talking that time. She asked coldly, and what do you mean by that? Naruto asked, so why weren't you so worried? She didn't respond, saying, nothing bad I swear, I just like listening to you talk. Long moments went by once more. He breathed a sigh of relief as she resumed her conversation. We were friendly with the Senju clan, and by default with the Yamanaka clan. Their clan jutsu is especially useful for such a thing. So my grandfather and I were confident with someone like you. I imagine other villages wouldn't have taken such a chance. He heard some muffled murmuring, but it was soon followed by loud laughter. If he remembered, it was Emmy's. Catching up with her sister, apparently. Hearing Mito scolding her younger sister, she said, be quiet, but they didn't appear to speak again. He calmed down, wondering what Emmy found so funny. Now, a lot of things were happening. Together with a few other Uzushiogakure shinobi, they would eventually make the journey to Konoha tomorrow. He wasn't certain about those other things, though, at that point. From across the barrier, he heard Emmy's voice asking, Naruto? For a moment, a hazy image of her undressed also emerged. Damn it, he muttered to himself before he spoke. What's up? We're going to go talk with our friends, bye, alright. Is not answered. In an attempt to ignore the seal he had inadvertently put on Mito's wrist, he chose to wade around the water. They were expected to be prepared for days of travel by tomorrow morning. When he went to sleep that night, he dreamed. He was traversing ruins of rotting wood and rusted steel. Navigating through dilapidated structures. He was standing atop a fallen pillar with a view of the demolished wreckage. Some of the buildings had collapsed and fallen into a nearby river, making it completely unrecognizable. If it hadn't been destroyed, the area might have once had a striking appearance. It was, he recalled, a very strange dream. Strolling around the space. He was here for something, but he didn't know what it was. But he continued to plod along, impatient with himself. Numerous others joined him in his search from the nearby dilapidated buildings. When he turned around, he saw Mito standing by his room's doorway with a small pack on her back. Naruto, are you ready? He asked. Like him, she most likely used seals. She probably didn't realize he knew he had figured that stuff out. I wasn't too strict. He could put things in if he could take them out. Another pretty cool thing was remembering the seal. He threw the pack onto his back and replied, yeah, I'm all packed and roaring to go. He also couldn't wait to get started on his amazing idea. In fact, it was probably as good as it got right now. Let me see. He shrugged and let her pack to observe. Okay, I don't see why though. Her face became somewhat incredulous as she looked around a bit. Naruto. Yeah, this is full of ramen. So, what's wrong with ramen? It's the greatest food in the land, he argued. She just appeared slightly taken aback by his logic. You can't be so, or you. He took out a scroll that hung on his back and said, wow. Way to overreact, Mito. I'm not that much of an idiot. I put my clothes in here. She had a cute furrowed brow, like she was incredulous or something. "It's so I get my ramen really fast," he added. Mito's mouth twitched, almost as if she were about to smile, and her eyes widened slightly. He grinned despite her scowl, saying, "Mito, sometimes you need to take a load off, you're too serious all the time." "Here," she said plainly. "Emmy is supposed to be here soon." He returned with his pack of ramen and placed the scrolls containing the items in his pockets or on the side. "Right." He looked at his coat, which had Mount Myoboku's kanji on the back. "You know I found out where this is." "Mount Myoboku?" He gave a nod. "Yeah, it's pretty far away though, a month full of traveling." She said, "You might be from there." He went on to elaborate on the descriptions of its surroundings, saying, "I don't think so, I read that people have never been on the top of it. You might be the first, or that a village was already been situated on it, perhaps on the other side of the mountains." He shook his head, saying, "So I might be from a strange land?" There were too many theories and not enough conclusive answers. "There are plenty of contradictions that you are, or there must be some amazing coincidences," she stated. "Like the shadow clone." Mito had described what it could do. It was sturdy, had some degree of free thought, and could retrieve data after dispersing. It was distinct from other clone variants. He pondered how much he could earn because it sounded so awesome. With a shrug, he grabbed that coat and put it on. Then he picked up the bag and slung it across his shoulder. He was still tormented by that feeling of dread. He felt uneasy about it. It felt like it was at the pit of his stomach, but it had stopped now. The seal? It had ceased yesterday, and he had an odd dream that evening. Its details continued to fade and reappear at strange times. He didn't bother telling Mito because there was nothing to be gained from it. Mito was still standing there when he turned to face the door. "It fits you well." "Thanks," she said, reaching into her pockets. "This is what my grandfather wanted you to have." She produced a metal object with a black band fastened to it. It was engraved with the Uzumaki's symbol. The identical one that Mito also wore on her forehead. "You'll have to wear it, until we reach Konoha, not official until you decide to join." Her tone indicated that there was no reason to complain, so he accepted the headband that was offered. Before tying it around his head, he took a moment to examine it. Having something around it felt natural, it was cozy. There was a knock at the door, Emmy's grating, familiar knocking. Mito followed behind and went right to answer the door. He simply hung back a bit on purpose for certain reasons. When the door opened, Emmy was there. She entered with a dejected frown, saying, "Ah, I'll be so sad to see you both go." Mito answered, "You'll still be able to visit." Emmy frowned sorrowfully. "But that would be a while from now, and who knows how long your mission will last. You kept saying that it might be." There was an instant sense of farewell. It caused him to feel. "Even if it does last that long, we're being rotated, so I'll still be able to visit and stay here for a few months," Mito said softly. "I'll still miss you. Of course, I'll miss you too," Emmy said, her eyes watering as if she were about to cry. She moved forward to give her a gentle, sisterly embrace. Naruto felt out of place in this situation. Mito's face had softened considerably. She appeared calm and relaxed. She clearly had a deep affection for her sister. He stood there a little awkwardly as they parted ways, pausing to gather themselves. However, Emmy herself eventually noticed him. He was unexpectedly hugged as well right away. He reluctantly gave it back. All he could think was that it was nice. She muttered, "Watch her for me, okay? If anything, she's the one looking after me." Although his remark was disregarded, she was most likely grinning. "It'll make me feel better, if you promise." Was there anything else he should have said? The idea never occurred to him that he would refuse her. "I promise." When he said that, he felt a peculiar emotion. As she ripped herself away, she said, "Thank you." Mito had that glint in her eye and was looking curiously. The door was held open by her. "It's time to go now." "Got it," he said as he moved to the door. As they left the view of Mito's apartment, they said far too many goodbyes to Emmy. All he could do was idly follow her around the village. To keep an eye on Mito seemed like a straightforward request. Even so, he had strong feelings about it. Emmy was a good friend, and he didn't want to let her down. Naruto couldn't help but go on a self-examination. He had thought about who he had been before. Did he have a remnant of his personality? Or was he a singular individual? Maybe Naruto was inside, or at least a fragment of him. He blinked, recognizing that they had halted their walk, which had been going on for some time. Over a nearby bench, Mito stood. He said, "So, where is everyone?" examining the area around the supposed meeting spot, which was a gate. Side route toward Konoha and the nation where it is located. At least no one who appeared to be a shinobi with packs like Mito and himself was in the area. For some reason, He looked a little flustered as he turned to face the woman. "They're late." She appears to focus for a few seconds. He questioned, "Aren't we on time?" "Yes, we are." He noticed something strange about Mito and asked, "So we didn't have to rush at all? That's pretty funny." She seemed unwilling to respond to his query. "I know who they are, and it seems that they are not even close to being ready, or near here." He glanced around. There was a guard at the door. Other civilians were going about their daily lives while strolling along the sidewalk. On the opposite side of the bench from Mito's seat, he remained upright. He questioned whether they would have enough time to. So, Mito gave him an expected look. "Want to go get some ramen?" "Are you serious?" "Yeah," he replied. "Didn't we have ramen yesterday?" He gave a nod. "Well, yeah, but that was yesterday." She blinked repeatedly, her expression blank. She took a seat on a nearby bench and said, "I'd rather not, we'll wait here until the others arrive. Besides, we ate a few hours ago." "Ah, come on, you said it might be a while, you got your cool stalker thing so you know where they're," he argued. She gave him a startled look. She sighed and turned her head away, saying, "Did you just call my sensory ability, th?" The nerve. Anger caused her cheeks to flush. He scratched his head and said, "Oh, did I? I mean, it's kind of true, is it? That's how you found me last time." "Just keep quiet," she said sternly, closing the discussion. He sat down in despair, saying, "I guess there's no ramen then." Silently waiting. After several long minutes, he felt tempted to ask her again. Choosing not to, he began taking a packet of instant ramen out of his bag. Opening the cup and letting Mito know. "Are you really going to eat that here?" she asked, his earlier suggestion leaving her with a slightly irritated expression. "Sure, why not, ramen is ramen. Although I would like to have some hot water with it and see to Emmy too. We saw her 30 minutes ago." He gave a shrug. "That was some slightly heavy stuff, I'd like more normal moments with her. You know, I obviously don't have a ton of memories to remember people by, so I would like to have more of those precious little times, you know?" Continuing to show interest and curiosity, she answered, "But don't you think those heavy occasions are more significant?" He looked down to take a good bite out of the block of instant ramen. "Of course, but sometimes I want more, happier times I guess. Even if it doesn't really seem much, you know, with anyone that would be my friend, like you." The hot water and spices really made the dish, even though it tasted alright. She asked abruptly, "If we hurry, would you teleport us back here?" He responded immediately. He put a seal on the bench and said, "Hell yeah, of course, I already have a seal placed at the ramen stand." The seal at the ramen stand only had the handle of the kunai concealed beneath the seat. At least until he swapped it out for just the seal. She said, "Of course you would," with a pleasant laugh. He put a hand on her forearm and grinned. Before he appeared on the seat at the ramen stand, he made sure that no one else was occupying it. Emmy was standing behind the counter making some ramen, and there was nobody else in the area. "What's up again, Emmy?" she asked, turning around to meet eyes as she winced at the unexpected sound. "Naruto. Mito. What are you two doing here? Aren't you both supposed to leave?" Naruto replied, "Yeah, we came by to have a snack because everyone was running late." Emmy answered, "Even though I don't, it would be a snack for you." He gave a joyful nod of agreement. After a moment, she sighed. "You made me get all emotional for nothing then." "Why?" she asked, shaking her head. "Are you emotional now? Great, come have some ramen then, it's been a while since we all had some ramen together, hasn't it?" Other than grinning, she nodded and hurriedly made their favorite food. When they stopped traveling and went to bed for the night, he continued to have strange dreams. The second dream he had was fairly clear in his memory. His part is always lacking in information, something he should have known but didn't. Something was what he was searching for. He was always sending someone somewhere. A location quite remote from the ruins of the big village. Much searching was done, including removing the vegetation and picking up wooden frames. He was unable to clear it without causing complete destruction because many areas had been totally buried underneath. Was that something he could do with his jutsu? Where had he gone? The only explanation was that his mother was born here. "Hey man, are you alright?" He was jolted out of his reverie. A man named Nori was waving his hand in front of his face when he turned around. For some reason, he always looked nervous. He shakes his head from his thoughts and says, "Yeah, I'm alright." He was running with the other members of the Uzumaki clan. A group of 10 shinobi, excluding himself. Leading the others and serving as the group's general leader, Mito was in the lead. "Oh good, I thought you were brain dead for a moment there because you had a blank expression," he murmured. He was full of awful jokes, which was another matter entirely. It's likely that he also found them amusing. "That was pretty bad," Naruto faked a laugh. "Oh, sorry, but he seemed like a decent guy. His mother was married into the clan and was a short man with short white hair. His age was 17. "Don't worry about it. Do you know how far we have to go now?" replied Naruto. He answered hastily, after the end of the day, 2 more days after that." He replied, "Sweet. One could only characterize the first day as dull. Most of the time was spent on a boat traveling across the channel between the land of whirlpools and the land of fire. They were scheduled to have an escort with some Senju clan members at the halfway point tomorrow." "So, how do you know Mito? I mean, I've seen you talk to her a lot." He began by saying, "Oh yeah, I fell from the sky once. Mito once remarked, I think you need to make a really good first impression on her. She might have been a little turned off if they had met in a more conventional way." That was not the whole truth, though. He was unsure of what else she had declined to say. In fact, he firmly believed that they would remain close friends. She most likely agreed. "Oh," when Naruto asked, "Are you usually nervous around new people?" "What makes you think that?" asked Nori in a brisk voice. "Oh, I don't know. Did you not make a good first impression on Mito?" No." He turned his head away. "I am pretty nervous when it comes to new people. I don't know why though." Naruto said, "Well, it's obvious. What's that?" inquired Nori. Naruto nodded wisely and said, "Just keep meeting new people to get over that, fear? Anxiety of yours." Nori grinned and nodded angrily, saying, "I mean, we're going somewhere new, right? That's a great chance." As he had done since they first met, Naruto made the decision to speak with the other Uzumaki. Speaking with others was a pleasant experience. The woman was a pretty, lively redhead. There was also an older man who, in spite of his quiet demeanor, always seemed to be laughing. Naruto was not the only kunoichi who enjoyed talking louder than Naruto. Among other unusual individuals, 3 of whom appeared somewhat normal in comparison to the others, Mito was among them. Given that they might be sharing a house for some time, Naruto wanted to get to know them. He is now lying beneath the little tent that was provided for him. He waited for sleep to overtake him. It was going to be his turn to keep watch over the camp with Mito after the first shift. The little tent was cozy. Although cozy, it wasn't welcome. Even though he could already hear snoring, it felt a little lonely. He rolled to his side and laughed. Being by myself. He detested the idea. Perhaps it would help his memory, so he was hoping for another dream tonight. It wasn't a dream. No, he was merely experiencing emotion. Did he own them? They had no desire to do so. How did he feel them, though? Because it felt detached. He didn't realize they were truly his for what seemed like an eternity. He thought he had only experienced them as a memory. Even though it seemed far away, they were still very much alive and present. Was it something he felt in his heart? As if it were locked behind a door he was unable to open. Did he resemble the previous Naruto? One that retained the memories of his past? Or had he changed entirely? No, he had some beliefs, but he couldn't recall how he came to hold them. Maybe his shadow was still cast around him, not quite his own person yet, but not quite him either. They contained a wide range of emotions, including fear, loss, and love. Sometimes he felt nothing at all. Only for additional things to emerge later on: hope, relief, and determination. He was struck by the sense of hope, which he found admirable. "Naruto, Naruto," was the calming, worn-out voice he heard. He blinked awake, his eyes inexplicably moist, his heart heavy. "Yeah," he replied. Only when he responded did the shaking of his leg stop. He heard Mito yawn wearily. "It's our turn." "All right," is a sleepy reply. Wiping away what appeared to be tears, he hurriedly put on his jacket and his cloak. He could only assume that it would be colder outside because the air inside the tent felt cold enough. As soon as he stepped outside, he was correct. Considering the heat a week ago, it was unexpected. A tiny flame a few paces from the main camp area provided the only light in the pitch black surroundings. The moon, obscured by the clouds above, provided no light. Instead of being the mess he usually was at other times, he was already half awake. That had something to do with his dream. He still staggered to the dimly lit spot where Mito was. When they were all feasting around the fire pit earlier, there were some stumps nearby. She was seen approaching him with a faint smile on her face. Only the firelight had allowed him to see it. Since she was always up before him, he had never seen her look so exhausted and have bags under her eyes. "Here," she murmured, extending a cup of water. "Thanks." I took a quick sip from it. It was refreshing. He took a seat a few feet away from her and enjoyed the fire's warmth. A few strands of her hair were in front of her face, tied up in a hurry. He looked around the camp, but he couldn't see much because it was dark. Along with the other travelers, there were tents nearby. He was informed that a seal had been positioned within 100 meters of the camp. In the event that someone slipped by quickly, The two people who were up served as a precaution. Mito had the key to it, and it could be passed around to notify her if someone entered. He assumed it was an easy job because she had her own abilities on top of that. Mito yawned once more and remarked, "I don't really like waking up this early, or being interrupted. I enjoy my sleep." He answered, "I think I like my sleeping more." He was always up a bit later than her, he reasoned. She was still wearing this little smile, which went against what she had said earlier. That sat for a long time in cozy silence. They awoke slowly from their sleep. All he could think about at the time was how he felt, and those feelings were quite strong. What types of experiences did he have? What was lost by him? "Hey Mito." "Yes." He questioned, "What if I do remember who I am? Would I be the same person that I am now?" It took her a long time to respond. She seemed to believe her when she said, "I think so, or at least, close to who you are now." He inquired inquisitively, "Why is that? What makes you think that?" For a long moment, Mito hesitated. Aside from the fire, the only movement he could see was her toes moving. She appeared utterly uninterested otherwise. "I just do." She thought so, based on what he could see. I really like everyone else so far." She answered, "They're lively. However, not in a bad way. I went on missions with the other clans at Uzushio. There's some contrast of personalities between the Uzumaki and the others." "Really? Which one do you like to team up with then?" he inquired. "I suppose I prefer my own clansmen." I would think that you would enjoy it a bit more with the others," replied Naruto. "The others are more serious, glum, too predictable, compared to the Uzumaki." She tilted her head to the side in response to his statement. "Predictable, huh? I guess that makes it less interesting then. You have to remember that we only recently became allies. We are certainly friendly with one another, except there is no trust. So it's understandable that we're wary of one another until those ties grow stronger. There's tension that might disappear over the years. My grandfather is working to build those bridges." Stretching, he said, "Well, it'll only work if everyone starts to trust each other." The grogginess he had been carrying before vanished. Mito's eternal smile appeared to have vanished as well, giving way to a more contemplative look. At a moment like this, there wasn't much to do, apart from eating some leftover food and lounging by the fire. If Mito was game, talk a little. She remarked, "You seem to be connecting well with everyone." He wasn't even aware of it, so that surprised him. "That's odd, getting oddly quiet." "Well, you said they were, rowdy or something like that, right? Maybe they're the ones that are good at that," he responded. Through the dimly lit fire, which crackled now and then, Mito gazed at him. She looked back at the fire and shrugged noncommittally. He wasn't a mind reader, but she was thinking. He questioned whether women were inherently weird. Although he could see a lot, there were undoubtedly other things underneath that were just waiting for the right trigger to activate them. He experienced a range of emotions in response to it, including fear, anticipation, and indifference. Naruto's erratic and hesitating attitude toward regaining his memories left him wondering how and why he felt those things, as well as other topics or concepts, continuously reshaping itself. The journey without the end. Once more, he saw a lot of things that he couldn't quite make out, including the context and possible words. A wide range of scenarios, primarily background and human statistics. Some of the people in his dreams had a faint feeling of familiarity, but they would not speak. He recalled a lot of things, all of which rushed forward and broke through like water through a dam. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Everything about Naruto was hot, including his torso, legs, and stomach. This was almost painful, but it wasn't the summer's nearly intolerable heat. He tore off the blanket and rolled around, trying to get outside where the cool air was. For a moment, he was unaware of the sudden sensation of free fall in the glaring darkness. The euphoria he experienced from the cold, hard floor instantly eased the sting of the fall. For an indeterminate period of time, he lay there. Naruto became acutely aware of the strangeness of falling. He recalled dozing off in his sleeping bag in his small tent this morning. There was a problem. He began to feel uneasy, which was only made worse by the black. With the faintest glimmer of light shining through a door crack in a desolate corner, he sat up. It was a tiny, lonely beacon, his only comfort in a place of nothing. He got to his feet and walked slowly, being careful not to bump into anything. He tried to ignore the sensation of the walls closing in on him, but the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. There was a deep breathing in the room that wasn't his own. He contemplated simply running out because he hated the dark. His heart leapt in fear as he yanked it away after something lightly scraped the front of his foot, only to see that it was only a piece of cloth in the dim light. Where the hell am I? To himself more than to anybody else. He didn't know where he was when he woke up the second time. He felt uneasy about it. Fortunately, he left the room without any problems. Only the admittedly eerie creaks of the house could be heard as the door silently slid behind him. He was outside. A rectangular yard was encircled by the house. A faintly lit lamp that hung from a tree with a view of a serene pond provided the illumination. His ears ringing from the silence, he moved toward the lantern. A pale reflection of the full moon shone through the broken clouds. He looked at the bright moon and wondered where he was. The moon, though it illuminated, greatly unsettled him, for it showed him nothing but shadows. He had doubts about his self-defense skills. If he was in a panic, how was he supposed to appear normal? He might have been better off bringing that to Mito. He drew a trembling breath, wondering what he could do. Then the familiar little tug of a teleport seal came to him. There were two in the vicinity. A murmur in the atmosphere. Behind him there was a faint creak. He vanished when his instincts took over and he decided to flee rather than fight. For their 10, they had encountered their Senju escort, a full 6-person group. Greetings had been exchanged, and those who knew each other were warmly welcomed. She knew very little about the other clans. Naturally, names, but not to the same degree as other members of her group. Except for Naruto, who introduced himself without hesitation despite not knowing anyone. It's clear that he got along well with the others. So Mito, an acquaintance of hers, had walked up next to her, bringing her out of her reverie. Is there something you need? So, leading this so-called quest, she answered, an assignment, yes. Her shoulders were tense, they had never been on such good terms, and arguments always seemed to start. He gave a shrug. The obvious choice, a sort of prodigy of sealing arts. Sighing Mito? I didn't think you were exhausted, or was it because of the prodigy bit? She was at a loss for words, so she said, sealing just interested me. Ah, just that, others obviously tried very hard, plenty never really had the talent to begin with. A bit disheartening when you say it just interested you, despite never actually aiding with teaching and. She scowled as he continued to rant. It seems that sealing was a little easier than others. Some of the formulas simply seemed so simple. She seemed to have a level of intuition that others did not. She also experimented with other unconventional applications of those techniques, which led to the creation of her strength of 100 seal. As he waited for her response, she could feel her lips purse. His previous remarks would imply that he felt more worthy of being in charge, and it was clear that he was attempting to irritate her. He fell silent, and then she spoke. She refused to respond to anything he might have said, saying, there is nothing else to say. We are only here to create a specific type of seal. There is not much to gain here, no glory, just theorizing and brainstorming for an unspecified amount of time. She truly didn't want to be in charge or assume the role of clan leader. HMPH, he said, lifting his head and moving forward, ending their exchange. She noticed a slight relaxation in herself. She never felt confident enough to engage in casual conversation with others. It took her some time to get to know her few friends. She discovered that connecting with people was difficult. In order to feel sentimental for them, she searched for an explanation, but there were several possible causes. There was a commotion, followed by Naruto's well-known laughter. There were a number of people with him, and they were all laughing. Akunoichi was jokingly touching his arms. She watched his interactions with the others. Almost effortlessly, she would explain. He was great at relating to people, if she was a master at sealing. Then she looked at the kunoichi that kept grazing his arm. Mito wondered if she was flirting with him because of the faint flush. She pondered how she was going to approach that. The best approach seemed to be subtle. However, Naruto didn't seem to be as aware of those clues. She had no claim on Naruto, so there wasn't much she could do about it. She was afraid and hesitant to approach someone she liked. She didn't want to investigate their interactions too much. Her perception of him kept shifting. Not wanting to see if Naruto saw or returned her flirtation, she stepped forward. Hours went by, but it would still take her almost a full day to get to Konoha. The group experienced a relaxed atmosphere, and some members remained alert to maintain watch. Being one of 2 sensory ninja, she added herself to that list. Thus, she had a crucial assignment. That appeared to go without a hitch, but when she felt over 3 dozen signatures, her hopes abruptly vanished. It was a great shame. After a complete stop and a few murmurs, the atmosphere was left in a state of silence. She became aware of her surroundings while she waited. They were surrounded by thick bushes with large trees, a small game trail, and small trees because they had taken a shortcut. The shinobi of the Senju sensory type trotted down to her. She shared my nervous expression as well. She questioned, hostels? It's highly probable. His gaze shifted to the direction of the rapidly approaching group. I count. 36, confirmation? She counted rapidly and meticulously. They were only a minute away and were moving quickly. A certain count would have an impact. That's correct. A 6-man team is slightly further away. A backup would ensure that there would be no surprises. He concurred as his team captain had shown up and informed everyone. She also joined in, sending groups into specific formations very fast. Not much time was available to give many orders. All of her SEAL personnel moved into position after she gave them specific instructions, awaiting an attack to see if they would initiate one. Before she lost sight of him, she briefly saw Naruto with a man named Nori. A line had been drawn, anticipating their point of arrival. It would be difficult for Mito to characterize herself as anything other than anxious. They would remain with her, and any fatalities would rest on her. She made an effort to relax as much as she could in order to focus and try to eliminate her opponents as quickly as possible. Given the size of the groups and the fact that they were fighting in large numbers, there would undoubtedly be chaos. She could feel them so close. No rerouting or stopping of any kind that would indicate a peaceful conclusion. Paper bombs were placed against tree trunks, and a few hurried traps were set. She yelled commands and triggered one of the many Quis seals that shielded her thighs. With her hands on the parchment and the scroll on the ground, she knelt down and prepared to activate it. Her keen senses picked up the sound of branches and leaves being blown away. Sights of color in the dense brown and evergreen, hints of movement. The sound of a legion of feet hitting the ground as they got closer. The metallic sounds of blades being drawn from their sheaths could be heard somewhere in the crowd. A brief, tense moment of terrible optimism that they would live. There was a roar of silence, and then she heard a rock explode, setting off a series of loud booms. She heard the repulsion of the many ninja tools and witnessed their throwing. The opposing shinobi caused her to feel multiple chakras rise simultaneously. The water rushed forward in a great torrent. Small trees were flattened by the destructive force that cascaded in, sending debris pieces riding the current. Now, she yelled. Each scroll was connected across its own line by a shimmering veil of white that sprang up from the scroll. The shield was slammed by the pressurized water, which kept rising above her own head. With such a short prep time, the shield was a quick and dirty fix, but she could only think that there were better options. The water abruptly vanished from view, interrupting her thoughts. A layer of mud was created by someone using an earth-style technique that sucked up the water. Some of the other shinobi were trying to reach around the shield, but by that point they were almost there. She gave the order, release. The loss of power from its sources caused the wall to falter and break away. Some of her fellows had prepared a number of jutsu techniques for her to use. Several of them caught fire as a tiny wave of fire flashed ahead. The sound of the many ninja tools slicing through the air reached her ears. Earth-style jutsu rose up from the ground to stop them, causing the ground to crumble. Steel catching on steel, a loud screech. In an attempt to stay aware of her surroundings, she called forth another scroll when she saw 3 rushing towards her. Not having time to use it, she was forced to throw it away, making a series of hand signals and putting her hands on the floor as they came close to her. For however long it took him to break her trap, one of them was paralyzed and crashed into the mud. She hurled multiple shuriken at her fallen victim, but his fellow shinobi were able to deflect them with ease. She was attacked by the 2, but she was only allowed to defend herself from their blows without being allowed to strike back. For a few more long moments, she resisted them valiantly until one of her teammates confronted one of them, letting her handle a proficient kenjutsu practitioner. As they exchanged glances, she returned the attack and delivered a few glancing blows. She deflected his slashes, but his reach was greater than hers, and his blows were like lightning. The nagging sensation of an enemy behind her caused her to be pushed back again. She took a quick chance to take in her surroundings so she wouldn't be caught off guard by anything outside. There was a price for it. She stumbled after receiving an unexpected lower kick from her opponent, falling painfully into a smoldering pile of embers that slipped between the gaps in her armor. Quickly ignoring the slight discomfort in order to concentrate on her life's attempt, she could already see his blade descending toward her. She hurled a handful of ash at his face, giving her a moment to react. It bounced off her armor, throwing him off balance and making his aim a little off course. Before he could recover, she took advantage of the situation and fell to her knees. She swiftly pressed the tiny blade into his side while still holding a kunai firmly. Her hands were getting hot as she felt the blade sink in. She experienced a series of painful, stinging sensations along her left arm before she could take any further action. She found herself sailing through the air for several meters before she landed on her feet, gasping for air. She spotted a shinobi close to where she had fallen her opponent while searching for any indications of danger. Clinging to the spot where the kunai was still embedded, still alive. She knew more than the length of time that seemed to have passed since the beginning of the skirmish. In fact, it was more likely that only a few minutes had passed. Possibly even less. In a short period of time, the battle had become more widely separated. When she examined her injuries, she discovered that her side was soaked with water and that the armor from a water style jutsu was crushed and beginning to crumble, crimson seeping from her wounds. 3 shuriken were embedded in her skin on her arm. Minor wounds, allowing her to continue fighting. A step was taken by her new opponent. Suddenly, the clamor of combat blaring into her ears resembled the eerie silence of a cemetery. She swallowed nervously, a chill running up her spine. Her own rapid, shallow breathing was the only sound, her heart pounding so rapidly that it seemed like it might explode. She tried to move forward, her muscles not cooperating. Her fear grew stronger until she forced it away. Her initial thought was genjutsu, but she was essentially immune because she was a sensory type. Fear and uneasiness increased as she identified the cause of her concern. She experienced the sudden surge of an unstoppable chakra source, rising so quickly and so massively that the earth itself and tiny stones rose several feet into the air. It was a moment before she realized that everyone else was as amazed as she was. Though she felt the comparison was insufficient, she and everyone else gathered to prepare for the approaching tailed beast. Sized chakra. Since both battalions believed the other to have it, confusion reigned. Mito sensed the source filling the battlefield. Her vision was filled with flashes of black, yellow, and gold. She engaged the shinobi across from her in a brief one-sided conversation. He struggled for a moment before a hand was placed over his chest. Dark, unusual markings snaked their way throughout his body, and the movements stopped as the glowing figure forcefully crashed him into the dirt. There were other scuffles, with some of her own allies interacting with the user before their own movements were blocked. In certain spots, the foreign sources flickered, and she was able to see a few flashes of smoke before they were swiftly replaced. She examined the one nearest her. His luminous golden hair was streaming in wild waves, like flames. He had a glowing, bright form that alternated between yellow and red. She gasped when she saw the kanji written behind. She was shocked to learn that it was Naruto. His chakra had undergone a significant transformation, combining elements of familiarity and dread. Naruto triumphantly loomed over both his adversary and countless solid clones. Each of them kept watch over their own prisoner. He subdued their own allies, but he only sat on their backs. She was unsure of how to respond, whether to talk or just watch. The feeling of shock is still instantaneous. The real one or a clone materialized out of thin air. His eyes caught the shinobi's lying form after she had stabbed him in the side. Weak and pale from blood loss, he gripped at his side. He hurried over and stood by his side. Naruto muttered, "Don't worry, you're okay." Hard to hear from a distance. He quickly covered his wound with his palm after carefully removing the kunai, which caused a painful groan. A moment later, he took it off and said, "There, all better, right?" The fact that there was no wound was definitely strange. It appeared that his vitality had been somewhat restored, astonished by such a talent. "Thank you." He put a hand over him and simply nodded. As the strange black ceiling pattern spread across the shinobi's torso, he said, "Sorry, just a precaution." For a moment he looked around, across the muddy, demolished battlefield. Charred trees with multiple bodies scattered among the embers. Many were alive but clearly injured. Several were dubious, but they were suddenly alive when he got close to them, being stopped on the verge of death. Mito sensed that some of his shadow clones had intercepted the 6 chakra signatures that were their backup. She saw that one of the clones was observing her with interest, its golden, odd-shaped pupils scrutinizing her. He saluted briskly and exaggeratedly and vanished in a rather untimely fashion. In such anarchic circumstances, she was unsure of how to respond to such a playful gesture, incredibly unsuitable, but comforting in a way. Observing that, like almost every unknown source, his entire presence vanished. She was shocked to learn that they had moved almost 10 minutes away, and it took her a minute to recover. Mito asked her fellow shinobi how things were going. The people who had fallen were fine, but they were tired and couldn't believe it. Naruto was still with the other attackers, and she was in a similar state. When they were all moving freely and the numerous clones that Naruto had made vanished, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Leaving him alone, she left someone in charge and went in search of the blonde while everyone was still recuperating. 4 others followed closely behind her. She didn't stop until a few minutes later. The adrenaline that had rushed through her in the previous minutes had faltered. The shuriken was still lodged in her arm, and she could feel the pain in her side. The fact that she had forgotten about it made her grimace. Fortunately, it hadn't bled much because she hadn't taken it off yet. The dirt, grime, and blood were washed away as she washed in her hands in a nearby stream. When she was done, she carefully removed the remaining ones after grabbing one and flinching when she pulled it out. She tied a cloth tightly around her wounds to stop the bleeding because the sharp, stabbing pains in her arms were bothersome. She was accompanied by others who were silently caring for their own wounds. When she was done, she focused on Naruto's location. The big group had moved farther away, only to discover this. His chakra remained stationary, in the same spot. Why were they departing? What's happening? Did he release them? From behind came a voice asking, "Are you alright, Mito?" Before realizing it was Naruto, she flinched and her heart leapt in fear. Before it vanished, there was a faint smile. "Sorry, you stopped for some reason, so I came to check if you were okay." He was still glistening gold, faltering here and there before resurfacing, and so on. Behind him, the others gave him a curious, hesitant, and fascinated look. Naruto waved amiably and smiled at them before turning back to her. After a moment, she answered, "I'm fine. How did you know I stopped?" "Under certain special circumstances, I'm also a sensory type," she said, shrugging and pointing to the wounds on her arm. "I hope that's the only thing you're woozy from?" She looked down at the crimson, soaked fabric on her arm. Every time she breathed, her ribs hurt sharply, and her arm felt painful and useless. "I just need some attention and I'll be fine." "Want me to help you?" As truthfully as she could, she answered, "I'll be fine." She pulled the cloth tighter around her arm. By then, she had completely changed and was looking into his eyes. His pupils were abnormal. They resembled a cross, with a soft curve on the horizontal and a sharp vertical point. She had thought of pupils as animalistic. It was a pure orange, not the deep blue she was used to. A never-ending stream of questions began to flood her mind. Although she chose not to take a direct approach, you had to start somewhere. "What happened? Why did you save them all?" she inquired. "Did you let them go?" Breathing deeply, he crossed his arms. He remained quiet for a while. He let out an audible sigh. "I'm just tired of it, you know." She didn't. He spoke gently but firmly. He was relaxed in his body language. He replied, "But yeah, I let them go." To be honest, she didn't understand why he let them go. She felt some anger flare up as she said, "Why? For what reason? They were the ones who provoked the attack. They should be dealt with the consequences. I nearly lost some of my people." His carefree attitude was also a little annoying. He responded in a quiet, almost patronizing tone while standing motionless. "I stopped it though. I guess you can say that the honor of what I wanted to do with them was mine alone. I'm not governed either, despite the headband might display. All that doesn't matter though. The only thing that does is that no one had died. I would very much like to avoid that type of thing." This caused her to blink. He said, "An impossible wish, yeah, but you still gotta try, right?" With a strong sense of conviction. A sense of empathy was evident. "If you're worried about repercussions, I'm sure Hashirama wouldn't mind at all, and well, the guys I let go were just glad they were alive. They were desperate, village. Less you know. And people thought I jumped to conclusions too often." There was a certain assurance in him. He was not the Naruto she knew, someone who readily harbored ambitions and hopes, in the way he behaved and reacted. "You're different." He furrowed his brow. "Caught on, huh?" She inquired. "So, all memories returned?" He answered, "Yeah, I definitely am. I also, obviously remember practically everything that had happened since appearing here. I gotta say, it was pretty weird. A whole lot of mix of things that were left in that partially filled shell of me. I'm also not entirely sure about several things." "What do you mean? You're not really making any sense." "Yeah, but what I'm doing is potentially incredibly dangerous that I don't really know the ramifications of." He rubbed his brows. "It gives me such a big fucking headache. I'm still in the middle of figuring it out. How I ended up here is a pretty shitty deal." It appeared that he still had a tendency to curse. She disregarded it. "Can you explain?" "I don't think so. It's all just theory anyway. It wasn't done just by myself either." "I do like theory, and you're definitely keeping it up with all this intrigue," she responded. Then he laughed. "Well, honestly, it's practically impossible on where to start. It'll take too long. Knowing you though, you're pedantic." She could only raise her eyebrows as he wiped his upper lip with a slight smirk. It was something he had said before, but a bit more elegantly. His eyes remained that dark orange as he turned to look. The only difference was that only the horizontal slit was left, rather than the vertical ones. "How did you even do that?" she questioned skeptically. She wanted to ask, "Healing them, I mean, you saved their lives," but there were just too many details and explanations. She had the grace to blush in shame, but he went on, "Really jumping from one topic to the other, aren't you?" He shrugged and continued on. "I take a part of them, and replace whatever was lost. It's a young nature jutsu. I can't return people from the dead. They must still have the vitality for it. Their own physical chakra must still be prominent. There must always be a balance between the two, although one can go without the other for a time. I mostly extend their time, but I guess it can be called healing. for the most part. The guys I helped shouldn't have any problems. He smoothed his black and orange jacket by extending his arms in front and behind him. Huh, this jacket is a bit tight, I only worn it for a bit of nostalgia when I came here. He seemed to ramble frequently, or maybe it was because he had recently regained his memory. She spent most of the time openly thinking as she processed the information. But something in his silence caught her attention. He was not at all calm. His breathing was deep and continuous. She questioned, for nostalgia's sake. He inspected in his arms after removing the jacket. The jacket was filthy and muddy. Although the fabric was torn and had worn seams that extended to his skin, there was no visible gash. He was silent for a while as he turned over the jacket and circled the Uzumaki symbol. Yeah, well. There's a bunch of reasons. A memory of my old master Jiraiya. A little keepsake for memories. A promise to be kept, a reminder of why I'm here. Although they were unable to hear her, she could still make out that they had left the group that had accompanied her. To answer something though, I am an Uzumaki. Let's keep it that. You are? And what do you mean by that? As highly important news? His hands were wrapped around the jacket, and for a few seconds, they appeared to radiate such a strong heat that the garments instantly turned to ash and soot and took off. For a few seconds, the fabric's scent permeated the air. Losing my memory helped, I suppose. I don't need trinkets to help me remember. A step forward, no matter how small, is pretty significant. Although I wouldn't mind reading my favorite book again. Guess I'll just have to wait a bit. She felt as though he was paying attention to her and wasn't just talking to himself. At last, he faced her. Then, with a much more soul-reaching gaze, he said, "Don't you agree, Mito?" "Sure, I'm slow, but I know I'll never move backwards." His eyes were once again the same shade of blue. "So Mito? The difficult and slower method to the goal, or the uncomplicated and quick process? Whatever goal that might be?" she asked, unable to really identify the changes in him. The strange and arbitrary question caused her to blink multiple times. Feeling that her response was crucial, he eagerly awaited it. But as soon as he asked, her opinion was set in stone. "The uncomplicated path, it's the natural one." "It most certainly is," he said, turning his head away and crossing his arms. He didn't express whether he was pleased or disappointed by her response. He seemed unwilling to share his thoughts, saying, "I have my own opinions, of course." With a slight smirk, he acknowledged this and resumed his conversation. "Your search for intrigue is pretty much over, at least towards me. It's a bit of game for you right now, and there's really nothing wrong with that. You're still a kind and helping person, a sort of bonus thing for you, I guess. But honestly, what I have to do goes beyond you and myself." The first thought that sprang to mind was, what an anti-climatic end. His declaration left her staring blankly. The only thing she could say was, "Okay," but she was still really disappointed. He looked odd once more. "Trust me, it's probably for the best." "This sounds like a goodbye." "Well, that's because it is said in a tone that would be appropriate for a friendly greeting or small talk. She assumed that was how she liked it. Even then, she was a little taken aback. Nothing had to be so dramatic all the time. "Really?" he answered softly and breathlessly. "Yeah, it was really great meeting you, or anything that might have happened since then." His chest was visibly swollen, as though he was feeling something. She was depressed to hear this news. She couldn't bring herself to initiate some of the points in her mind. Doing such a thing felt foolish. She found it hard to be sentimental herself. She had very little to ask for. Is it a permanent thing? Her words still sounded strange and out of character. He arched his brow, and it became clear that she wasn't thinking alone. She believed this to be an exaggeration, but the Yamanaka were nearby. With his elbows protruding into his ears, he put it over his neck and clasped his hands. His casual gesture was accompanied by a smile. "Well, maybe, I don't know yet." She questioned whether he was a lone wanderer, but he insisted he was Uzumaki. He was purposefully hiding as little of himself as possible. Closure came from a strong conclusion. It always left wonders when left in the air. He was clearly relieved when he said, "My amnesia came out of nowhere, but I guess it's all right since nothing got too complicated." But she could see his chakra steadily deteriorating. "Well, before I forget, I might as well take that seal off your wrist." He moved forward, placing his hand over her wounded forearm. He apologized in a whisper as the contact caused her to recoil. "That's plenty of blood, let me help with that, all right?" "Okay." She remembered that his gentle touches were likely the only way they made contact outside of sparring. After a moment, the burning, the numbness, and her tenderness seemed to go away. It felt as though cool water had been poured over her wounds. After removing the crimson, she could see that her skin was clear and showed no signs of being struck. As she was being healed, she experienced a kind of warmth. His chakra was glowing like this again. When he shone, or even the day before, there was a noticeable difference. It appeared more adult. Once he approached her shoulder, she had to ask, but it was forgotten. She tensed as she sensed an unidentified sense of anticipation lingering between them. She became apprehensive as he paused and grasped her hand. She pulled up her sleeves, remembering that he was meant to remove the seal from her arm. She exhaled. What is it called anyway? The Flying Thunder God. Wonderful, she thought. He was looking straight at her when I looked up. She bit her lip out of self-control. His lip quivered and his blue eyes widened. He exhaled. Oh, fuck me. She recoiled at the shocking and unexpected remarks, and she could feel the heat rising up her neck. With a grunt, Naruto collapsed to the ground and knelt, his hands flying to his temples as though in agony. Gasps of restraint escaped him. She questioned, is something the matter? Feeling so stupid, having apparently miscalculated the direction of his words. She sensed a discernible drop in his chakra, and his eyes were tightly closed. Fuck, he said, shaking his head repeatedly in shock. Hold on, some really odd stuff is going on with me, we don't really understand. Did she appear to be a part of the we? He put his trembling hands weakly on the grass and shook. He looked up at her distantly before focusing on her, saying, I hope this is only temporary, otherwise. Physical connection, huh? Okay. Okay. There's always the desperate plan. Mito. Might help, got 6 months or something stupid will happen to me, he said. Such as? He spoke incoherently, as if he were speaking to two different people and constantly confusing them. Dying is bad. Right? The blonde asked with a giggle. It wasn't amusing. He fell to the ground, staring up at the sky with his back buried in the ground. Existence is worse, I think. I'm not sure. I never died before, and this is unique. Thought I did die once though. Don't worry, you don't have to save the world or anything tough. He laughed once more. She said sharply, you ought to be attempting to assist me. Hey, from two sides. Oh, sorry, it's just hard to concentrate with two voices and this weird feeling. You know, trying to keep Mito from knowing. She reconsidered her assessment of him. It's possible that he is partially insane. She might reconsider if he described the strange things that were happening. He spoke slowly and his words were dispersed. Find me. I don't know where though. I hear waves. Your plan C, Mito. I don't think I can really depend on plan A saving my ass. Plan B as well. Really fucking terrible. I can get back on my own, but it'll be really risky. How did that work exactly? She asked. I have to find you. Yeah, there's not much His chakra plummeted once more, mimicking his appearance by the meadow. Or just keep me in Konoha and after a little scare everything will be fine. Find the 9 tails. How was he related to the beast? Such a horror that made its persistence and evilness abundantly evident. God damn it, again? He said as he closed his eyes and resumed taking deep breaths. His chakra returned to the moment she had discovered him. She chose to take a seat on the grass. It was a rather strange day. In her years as a kunoichi, she had undoubtedly witnessed strange things. There had been a full-scale fight, with both sides aiming to kill, but nobody had been killed. Defeated all by himself by a powerful shinobi. A chakra that was superior to the shinobi god. It was almost scary to be so near one. She questioned how it was possible for him to temporarily regain his memory before losing it again. Does this mean he lost his memory again? Some of the others were approaching her, so she got up and realized she would have to wait until he woke up. Once more in the dark, Naruto landed on something warm and soft, and a gasp escaped from it. He knew right away where he was, and shortly after hearing the gasp, the side of his face exploded in pain as he fell from a height once more and landed in a heap on the floor. OWW, Mito, was his complaint, and he tried to rub away the pain. In front of Mito, a bright white light that could easily repel any darkness, hovered above the red-haired woman, causing her eyes to look down at him with alarm. Her nightgown hung just over her knees, and her hair was disheveled from sleep. Naruto? At last, you're conscious. You're here, but why? Finally, what do you mean? In any case, where in hell are we? She smoothed out the wrinkles in her nightgown before responding to his question. His panic must have been evident as she said, You're in Konoha. Safe and sound with no one trying to harm us. He felt as though she was watching him closely, her eyes catching everything. So, what's the last thing you recall? He scowled. When we were by the fire. I suppose it settles that, however, she said, yawning with fatigue. That was more than 24 hours ago, Naruto. What are you saying? You've regained your memory temporarily. It was quickly forgotten that he was still on the ground, gripping his face. How does that work? You didn't explain. Gosh, I already despise myself. Does that make me feel self-conscious? She let out a tired yawn. How about you go back to bed so that I can explain it to you in the morning? When someone knocked on the door, Mito yelled for them to come in. A white-haired man with triangular, downward, pointing facial tattoos on his cheeks entered. He wore a long, sleeved shirt and cargo pants in all black. He appeared rather imposing with his arms crossed. His voice was deep and solemn as he asked, "Is everything okay, Mito?" Your guest woke up but ran away before I could confront him. Appeared to be a straightforward individual. Naruto sensed that he was acting more harshly than Mito. Fine, I suppose. Can you please show him to his own room so that we may rest? Of course, he waited by the door as he should have. Mito introduced the two of them, saying, Naruto Uzumaki, this is one of our hosts, Tobarama Senju. Tobarama Senju. This is Naruto Uzumaki. He said, hey, anything to eat? Tobarama acknowledged him and nodded in agreement. His friend remarked, I hope you can be tactful and gracious to our hosts, Naruto. Naruto felt that if Tobarama hadn't been in front of him, she would have emphasized and added, more, before the word tact. Sure, he said, at last getting to his feet, good night, Mito. Good night, Naruto. Tobarama shut the door behind him as he walked to the door and stepped out. He gestured for someone to follow him and catch up with him. The second largest building appeared to be their destination. As he approached, he saw that 3 houses were grouped around a larger one. The buildings themselves were on the left, right, and back, respectively, and he also saw a gate with a trail leading to the centerpiece. A portion of the roofs covered the patios in each building. 2 U-shaped buildings with gardens and pools in the center of each side. The door to the room where he had slept was slightly open, and he knew where he had come from. Someone was to keep watch on you inside your room so you wouldn't panic. It was fruitless, it seemed. Oh, was that you that was behind me earlier? He inquired. Yeah, you kinda scared the crap out of me. So why are you up so early, or late? Training. He didn't come across as someone who engaged in a lot of small talk. A simpler rectangular house, the second largest structure, was shown to him. He followed the man inside and smelled the food cooking right away. With multiple long tables, the room was spacious enough to accommodate a large number of guests or people. He could infer that there were additional doors leading to the kitchen and other areas. He said, I'll serve, so you may sit down. After he took a seat by one of the tables, Tobarama returned a few minutes later with 2 bowls on a tray and a pitcher of water. He sat opposite him and put it down. His own steaming bowl of soup was placed in front of him, and everything was swiftly set up. He repeated, Itadakimasu, in a low voice, and they ate in silence for a few minutes before the silent man spoke again. He scowled at the moniker. So that jutsu, you teleported. Mito had said you called it, the Flying Thunder God. He thought the name was really cool. He didn't say much more than, yeah I did? It was more like he was being questioned than he was being spoken to. It's instantaneous, is it not? You utilized the jutsu before I could say a word, nor did I see any hand signs being woven. Yeah, no hand signs. However, it still made him think of something else that had previously appeared to him in his dreams. Can I show you something that doesn't use hand sign either? If you wish, he said, still taking tiny sips of soup. Over his soup, Naruto extended his hand. For him, the concept and principles of how to do it came so easily. Above his palm, a yellow spiraling orb materialized. It had a destructive feel. Tobarama looked inquisitively. Interesting. I would imagine that you created it to complement your teleporting jutsu. No hand signs are needed so immediate strikes can occur, an interesting combination. Naruto could only give him a few blinks. That was not on his mind, but his amnesia was a good excuse. Yeah, guess I might have thought of that. My shinobi also noticed that you've mastered the shadow clone jutsu. I've developed that particular one. I'm unsure how you came across that one, yet, plenty of jutsu get stolen. He finished his dish then. The room you were in is yours. I've moved out the occupant that was keeping watch. I'm certain you can find it yourself. Have a pleasant morning. Then he hurried off, putting his dishes down and walking away. Before he finished himself, he was by himself. He had discovered his belongings in the same room, and whoever had been there was no longer there. Wondering how sleep was supposed to take him, he slipped into his bed. It seems that he had slept for a while, losing all memory and going into blackout once more. That didn't sound good, and it bothered him a little. The room was brighter when he woke up. He was fortunate, he supposed, because he was bored enough to fall asleep when he thought about all the ordinary things. He heard footsteps approaching his room, doors opening, and a little conversation taking place. He searched for his clothes. What on earth happened to my jacket? He looked everywhere but was unable to locate it. When he opened the door, the conversation abruptly stopped, and two women's eyes shifted to admiration. He couldn't understand why, and they were soon knocked out of their stupor. Naruto. I wanted to express my gratitude, thank you, a broad smile as she repeatedly and deeply bowed. But he saw that her eyes were watery, with a tear running down her cheek, and he was left standing awkwardly. You don't, he said. She paused and said, you saved my little sister's life, referring to the person at her side. She looked down, avoided eye contact, and blushed profusely. Thank you, she said quietly. Knowing that he had no memory of anything made him uneasy. No problem, but I gotta go. Thank you, really, from the bottom of my heart. He could feel the seal being centered around the kitchen he was in last night with the serious guy, and he heard it echo from behind. He was searching for Mito and trying to figure out what had happened, and as he passed by a few girls who gushed, the Uzumaki ones, whom he hardly knew, suddenly grabbed him for a two-handed handshake or an embrace, while the less sentimental ones nodded in agreement. As he made his way to the kitchen, he could still see the smoke rising from the building in the overcast skyline of Konoha and hear the bustle of the town outside the walls. As he walked across the dark wood of the house's patio, he heard the sounds of conversation going on inside. He soon discovered Mito sitting with a few others before he was noticed. As he crossed the distance, he heard some conversations lulling as they passed by, only to pick up again. Mito's companions moved away as she spoke a few indiscernible words. He took a moment to think of what he wanted to say, and then he said it right away. What the hell is going on? He pondered whether she just accepted that fact about him. Her eyebrows were raised, and her facial expressions were always expressive, conveying a feeling of mild annoyance, expectedness, and pure interest. His mild cursing was ignored rather than reprimanded for his use of language. You don't even recall that we were attacked? With his thumbs resting beneath his chin, he sighed and tried to recall as much as he could. No I don't, was a blank space. She pressed her lips together and said, you had your memories, you seemed quite certain of that fact. I guess I did. What did you discover? As you mentioned, I haven't heard much from you. You probably didn't anticipate losing your memory once more. How convenient. Tell me everything, he sighed. She quickly answered his questions, filling in the blanks about what he had done and how simple it had been. What the devil was he thinking? He scowled deeply and muttered, I don't understand why I let them go, I mean, they were the ones who attacked us. He watched as Mito's eyes glistened and her expression changed to one of devoted interest, but she remained silent, so obvious that she might as well have tapped her chin and said, interesting, aloud. Then she bit the inside of her cheek, as she always did. Examining the kitchen's interior, it was clear that there were more Uzumakis than the new Senju. He received curious looks as waiters and waitresses continued to come and go from the kitchen, and one of them stopped by his table to deliver a tray of food. As she handed him a plate and kept one for herself, Mito began, there was a feast prepared for our return. It was supposed to be filled with the clan leaders that make up the village, but when you... He kept munching on his food because he enjoyed her company and wanted at least some distractions. She took a few small, courteous bites and said, I'm not sure how to refer to you. It was felt from Konoha, maybe even beyond, when you displayed your chakra pool. She shook her head and went on. That created some agitation here. Oh. Yes, the distinction was that non-sensory types felt it, so that you can envision the response. He thought of someone tripping, like Tobirama, and falling over nothing, which was funny for someone who was so serious. She continued to talk. I hope that you'll amuse me one day to see whether that large of a buildup was really necessary. The food would have tasted much better than the breakfast he was eating, he thought absently. So what about the feast? It will be redone, I was told by tonight. His stomach rumbled in anticipation of it, only to be derailed when he tasted the same old breakfast. So, now that we're here, is there anything I should be concerned about? Regulations and limitations? Stay within the grounds, no noise, lights out and in bed by sundown. When she said it, he almost choked, but then he noticed that she was smiling a little, which was rather unusual, and he was almost tempted to mock her lack of humor. He laughed, barely restraining himself from teasing her. No, not that I've heard of yet. In addition to avoiding various clans' grounds and other restricted areas. Check, don't do that. He stood up with a flourish. Sitting around with people constantly giving him looks made him filled him with unease. The desire to escape from the gazes was immediate. Turning towards Mito, he asked a suggestion. So, wanna go see what Konoha has to offer? It will be my pleasure. He suspected that the complete sense of impending doom had vanished, only to be replaced by that stress, which was undoubtedly more pervasive now. He felt this pressure, an uneasy sensation of anxiety, as if his brain were stuffed with an unidentified weight. Nevertheless, he and Mito strolled around Konoha, enjoying whatever fascinating sights it had to offer. The village was easily bigger than the Uzumaki and was only getting smaller. There was a lot less construction than he had noticed. Mito mentioned that the Hashirama could build houses in a matter of seconds. He found it easy to kill time with her, and she provided more in-depth explanations of what had happened since he had blacked out, and there were plenty of places for entertainment, dining, and the like. Is the Hyuga woman present, in your opinion? I don't know, he said, lying because Naruto was positive she wasn't there. Maybe I can convince Hashirama to allow us to go see them. She answered. He wasn't interested in continuing this conversation or, in fact, any of his recollections. Hey, let's try something. How about we try not to discuss any of that until the end of next week, or try to figure out what's wrong with my memory. Then, with some concern in her eyes and pursed lips, she gazed at him. Well, is there a problem? He inquired, but she remained silent while she struggled to find the right words to say, pausing occasionally and making strange facial expressions. You mentioned a few things that were a little concerning when you had your memories, but I wasn't sure how to bring this up. I'll help, of course, but I wasn't sure how just yet. I suppose I was holding off until I believed I could. That's a lot of words that didn't really go anywhere, did it? He said, blinking multiple times during her outburst. You said that if you weren't returned to normal in less than 6 months you were going to die, she said, her voice mechanical and her face abruptly stoic as she looked forward. Oh, that must be awful, isn't it? He couldn't identify what he felt. She stopped in her tracks, and he only noticed a moment later. She seemed upset. You okay? He thought she wanted to say something, but she bit her lip. Nothing. She moved more quickly than usual as she went by, and he complained about the red-headed person next to him. It dawned on him, or rather, he realized slowly, that she never really disclosed much about herself. Instead, when he tried, it went more toward someone else. He was tempted to inquire about this, but he thought it would be wiser to keep quiet. He liked to fill the silence, but for the time being he just accepted the fact that there was very little small talk, which bothered him a little. So, until it was time to head back to the compound, they explored for the last 30 minutes. Mito, who was standing next to him, raised an eyebrow at the sound of his stomach rumbling violently, and he shrugged, asking, What? I'm experiencing tenderness. He waited, like everyone else in the room, in the lobby by the closed doors, listening to the smell of the food coming from the kitchen, which made his stomach rumble non-stop, until the doors opened a few minutes later. Numerous people were standing there. He recognized Tobirama but not the others, and as one person standing next to Tobirama started talking, the crowd's conversation dwindled to whispers. Come, Mito said quietly. The introductions or whatever was going on seemed to be over by the time he got close to the front of the crowd, so he missed whatever was being discussed because right now, he was more concerned with satisfying his hunger than anything else. Good evening, As the formalities unfolded, he rolled his eyes, mimicking Mito's movements and introductions, paying only partial attention, remembering only the descriptions of them, the tall man, the fat man, the blonde man, who were presumably important clan leaders. He was drawn to the stoic, hard, pressed white-eyed man, but then he saw the Byakugan, a tall, solemn, black-haired old man who appeared to be completely emotionless. He couldn't understand how someone could be so empty, looking. He nodded and shook hands with Tobirama, immediately relieved that eating was well within his reach. So you're the one who stopped those shinobi from attacking on your own? My name is Hashirama Senju, and on behalf of the Senju accompanying you, I thank you, said the tall, dark-skinned man, whose hair was tied back and long, somewhat less solemn than some of the others before him. Thanks, he said as he concluded the handshake. As he did so, he experienced a strange sensation that he was unable to explain. Based on his expression, Hashirama also experienced it, and they both blinked repeatedly in unison. Am I familiar with you? Naruto inquired. The words, no, I don't think so, came out of his unsure voice. Weird. He agreed and nodded. The leader of the Senju clan gathered himself and said, Mito, it's good to see you both again. I hope you'll join me. After she confirmed, Hashirama started speaking to the group of Senju and Uzumaki shinobi, and shortly after, the big wooden doors opened with a flourish, letting people pour in. Mito said, that was very odd, did you see that? You both stood there for several seconds in total silence. Huh. As many others filtered into their seats, obediently following the redhead's lead, whatever it was, he sat down where he was led, Mito sitting next to him. There was a huge cliff face that looked so wrong, the date looked wrong, and at one point he thought he trailed down a familiar belonged here, but he didn't. He knew he was right, but he would keep it to himself. It felt really weird, especially today. His thoughts were interrupted by a bowl that had been set down. He looked around and noticed that the other clan leaders were conspicuously absent. Where did those clan heads go? Hashirama replied, they left, as they had business to attend to. He mumbled a thank you for the food as he picked up his own utensils, his mouth watering as he looked down at his food and saw that others had already started eating. He quickly stuffed his face with food before noticing the other people's looks. Mito's embarrassed expression, Tobarama's stoicism and general lack of admiration, and Hashirama's mildly impressed expression. Mito's foot nudged lightly against his, and he had no intention of apologizing. Before plunging back into his bowl, he remarked, I bet no can beat my hunger and speed right now. It's really good food. Hashirama put another bowl next to him and said, here, try this. He was ecstatic because it was his favorite food and quickly sampled a few bites before continuing, may I ask you a question? Yeah, go ahead. How about a straightforward game where the object is to eat the 3 bowls the quickest? Tobarama's reaction was also humorous, a frown as he rubbed a palm on his forehead and let out an exasperated sigh. He was truly stunned, as was Mito, who had wide eyes. Here, I thought this place was boring, he said, laughing. There definitely needs to be some liveliness at times, so it won't get a little dull. Hashirama grinned and gestured to a servant, who vanished and then brought out a number of plates. Okay, whoever finishes these 4 bowls first wins this. Ha, I won. He accepted the little bundle of ryo that was placed on the table with pleasure. Hashirama appeared a little shaken in his loss, and he noticed that some of the curiosity had backed off now that the action had subsided. A number of other people had also joined in, bidding against each other. Tobarama, like Mito, had calmly ignored the boisterous event. Don't worry, I'm pretty good at eating ramen, he said. So, I've been wondering how the village came to be in the first place. It was his brother, not the clan leader, who spoke, and he attempted to remove the sense of loss he had caused Hashirama. This group of incredibly talented shinobi with an arsenal of Kekkei Genkai appeared years ago, but it wasn't totally intentional. They were strong enough to murder our father and the previous Uchiha clan leader after interfering in a battle between the Uchiha and Senju. They created enough fear that both clans united to combat the threat, but as soon as we did, they vanished. We waited for them to return, but after word spread about our truce, many came to join us, and eventually a village was established. Hashirama came aboard. That's the incredibly short version and doesn't have the intrigue and grandness in the way I tell it. As the 2 brothers quarreled, he said, oh, eventually, though, he saw people departing. The feast appeared more relaxed than he had first believed. Naruto? He heard the woman next to him speak softly, She got up and politely waited for him, saying, I want to talk to you for a bit. He assumed she was going somewhere private, so he followed her out. Small crowds of people wandered around the estate's courtyard, either returning to their rooms or just exploring for a while, and he felt uncomfortably full at the prospect of eating more. Mito concealed her yawn as he walked alongside her. Could it really be that late? It couldn't be past 9. I'm not entirely sure why he did that. It seems like a childish thing, don't you think? That was not what he had anticipated. He answered, you're speaking to me. I participated. I meant Hashirama suggesting the game, as well as the betting. After a period of contemplation, he said, nah, I think I get it, you know. So, would you mind educating me? I suppose it's a way for a number of people to connect with one another. Joking, honesty, and lightheartedness put people at ease. If everything is so serious all the time, it must be exhausting. This is not to say that Hashirama is the kind of person I've seen him act like. That guy really did look so serious, just like with the Hyuga. In his presence, I even felt as though my soul was being drawn out. After a brief period of silence, she said, I suppose. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. He didn't say anything, so she went on, and for some reason she appeared almost nervous. I'm going to help you because you asked me to. We just got here, so I'd like to wait a little before asking any questions. I also promised that you might be able to assist with your broken seal in a few days at most. That's okay. I'm sure there's a lot to think about, he said, acknowledging that there was a lot to process. You have put your trust in me, and I don't want to disappoint you. Her eyes were as fierce as her hair, and her shifting weight suggested that she was uneasy. He laughed. I don't think you need to worry about that, Mito, you'll do fine. Someone jogged up to them, and he quickly recognized him as Nori, interrupting her if she was about to say anything. Hi, Mito and Naruto. Do you two want to go out for a drink or something? He appeared strange, and there was a slight odor of sake coming from him as he waited for a response. He guessed he could go, but he felt very unenthusiastic about engaging in the hobby or whatever. Isn't there a shinobi code to not drink? He asked, his mind running wild, and he certainly didn't remember that recently. Sure, I guess. I'll pass, was Mito's curt response after she appeared apprehensive and somewhat disappointed, making it seem as though she was judging him harshly. Unapologetically, Nori just glanced back at him as she continued on, heading for her one room. Are you ready? Did he ask? Sure, he nodded as he followed him toward a specific group of individuals, a mixture of Uzumaki and Senju. It was late, and he was exhausted. The night had begun well, then deteriorated into a bothersome incident, and then ended in a more enjoyable evening. He initially hung around the drinkers. One of the women became very touchy, feely, and attempted to kiss him, which he found awkward, so he left the more inebriated group and withdrew into the sober one. After all that time, he simply felt exhausted, so he went into his room and hurriedly undressed when he noticed something strange. It ended in a more pleasant night. Where on earth is my coat?
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.